Hello and welcome to Unacademy. I welcome you all to this very interesting session on the previous year question marathon of all history questions which have come between 2013 and 2024. Now, the idea is that I've structured this whole session into four parts. First, we will discuss modern India. In modern India, I further divided into two parts based on how the questions and the volume come through, which is we'll discuss from advent of Europeans till 1857 and then from 1857 onwards till Indian independence. And therein we have close to 65 questions. Once we're done with modern India, we will most probably take a break and thereafter we'll move into art and culture. Art and culture questions, once we've covered, we will go into ancient and we'll end with medieval. So good evening to all of you, and the idea is that through these questions we'll try to understand what is the pattern. You will assess your preparation also, and this PPT I will share into the Telegram channel. I will also share the current affairs PPT which I will push into the same group itself. So just subscribe to this Telegram channel and you will get the PPT of this and also the art and culture current affairs which we have done previously. Now, before I begin, a very important announcement that the offer of 60% off plus 12 plus 3 or 15 plus 3 or 18 plus 3 plus 6, which is you get an extension automatically if you take a certain course duration, and that is coming at a 60% discount. This offer will end tomorrow. Over and above that, you have to use the code IS English without fail in order to get the set discount and extension. So we will first start our preparation and understanding and evaluation through modern India because the highest number of questions have come through this section. As I said, two different parts, and that is based on how the syllabus itself is. The syllabus does not say explicitly the pre-1857 period, but after 1857, from 1885, the Indian freedom struggle is directly quoted in the prelims examination syllabus. Therefore, we have close to 20 plus questions in the first section, but we have close to 40 plus questions in the second section. Once we are done with this, we will move to art and culture, then ancient, and then medieval. So in the next 3.5-4 hours, we will cover everything in a systematic manner. I will keep on asking you if you're following. I will also try to encourage you to give the answers in the chat box. That way we all are engaged, and I can also assess where all of us are with regards to your preparation and your understanding in that regard. So let's start our discussion with the first question coming from the first section, which is between 1500 to 1857. What are the questions which are coming through? The first question is with regards to Victoria's Proclamation. What were the objects of Queen Victoria's Proclamation 1858? And it is to disclaim any intention to annex Indian states, to place the Indian administration under the British Crown itself, to regulate East India Company trade with India. Now, this was the golden era of UPSC. I would expect you to now give the answer. This was the golden era for UPSC where elimination was extremely common and was very helpful to UPSC aspirants. Now UPSC has changed its pattern. However, this question is that way easy because through elimination and logic, you can get the answer. Now the logic is, Queen Victoria's Proclamation is after Revolt of 1857, and through the Government of India at 1858, they will take control. Now, the first is correct because it said explicitly no annexation of territory. Totally correct. In the second thing, it says, does the Indian administration get placed under the British Crown? Yes, because that is the whole point of Victoria's Proclamation and the Government of India 1858, which is the idea that we go from company rule into crown rule. Thereafter, it says to regulate East India Company's trade with India. This is where you have to use your logic. And that logic is that East India Company now ceases to control India itself. So why would Queen Victoria's Proclamation talk about regulating a private body? And this statement, this is not part of the objectives of the Queen Victoria's Proclamation, and therefore the answer becomes 1 and Two only. Third can be eliminated by basic logic. By basic logic, you can actually understand how Queen Victoria's proclamation comes. So this is a very easy question, but needs a little bit of application of your knowledge of the consequences of Revolt of 1857. Most of you are correct. The students who are answering B should know that the first statement is also correct. Annexation of Indian states was considered to be one of the reasons why the British thought that they had lost out in 1857 revolt itself, and therefore the first statement is also correct. We will cover everything from ancient to medieval to art and culture to modern, everything. Now, first point, see what they've done, Ram, is they've just turned the statement. The Victoria's proclamation says no further annexation of Indian states, because it was subsidiary alliance and doctrine of lapse which was considered to be one of the reasons for the revolt of 1857. What they did was they basically changed the whole concept. UPSC has given you that statement in a different way to disclaim, which is we have no intention to annex Indian states. So use your logic. Yes, no claim, disclaim. Perfect. Now, the Satyashodhak Samaj organized, 2016 question, a movement for upliftment of tribals in Bihar, the temple entry movement in Gujarat, anti-caste movement in Maharashtra, and a peasant movement in Punjab. What is the answer to this question? I'll be back, Sonu, don't worry, this Sunday I'm going to take CNA. Okay. C, perfect. This is extremely easy. The answer here is anti-caste movement in Maharashtra, Jyotiba Phule, Satyashodhak Samaj. This is a freebie question. This is a freebie question. These are questions which you have to get. And from socio-religious reform, this is the easiest question you can get, because a very known personality with a very known, you can say, organization. Not something out of the box, very straightforward, simple. However, in the same year, we got another question which was extremely difficult, which is, consider the following: Calcutta Unitarian Committee, the Tabernacle of New Dispensation, Indian Reform Association. Kesab Chandra Sen is associated with establishment of which of the above? Which of the above? Give me the answer. I have the chat in front of me here also. What is the answer to this question? A, C, D, D, C, D, A. Okay. Now, first things first. I don't expect you to know this question, because this is called a quiz question. These are the questions which fall under the 25% quota which UPSC keeps for extremely difficult question of every subject. For example, from modern or from history, polity, geography, economics, all subjects, there will be one or two questions which basically are very difficult. And this may not be even answered by a history optional student, because it's a purely factual question. Here the answer is D. All of the organizations which are talked about, Kesab Chandra Sen is associated with it and he established it also. And this is where you cannot obviously know the whole life history of Kesab Chandra Sen. KC Sen is important from Brahmo Samaj perspective, but doing this question, you should not feel that I'm losing out. This is where you skip. So I'm trying to also give you the strategy in the examination, how to avoid a negative. How to avoid a negative. So the idea is in all these three organizations, Kesab Chandra Sen was part of the establishing body. He's not the only person as Chinnalemba. He's not the only person, but he's associated, because it says associated with the establishment. It does not say founder. You're now going into the nitty-gritty level of the question, but Yes, he was part of the founding members in that regard, not just one. Raja Ram Mohan Roy will be a common thread in that regard. That is where he's going to also pick up Kesab Chandra Sen. Later, Debendranath Tagore will also be impressed by Kesab Chandra Sen. In turn, will lead to the split in Brahmo Samaj itself. But the idea is, what this question tells you is, don't chase the paper. Don't feel demotivated by looking at this question. In the 20-25 questions we do, 1 to 2 questions are such that you just say to UPSC, you are superior than me. I accept it. I will not take it on my ego and move on. Because if you will learn the Kesab Chandra Sen biography, you have to then learn the Kesab Chandra biography of everyone. So everybody's biography is going to become important, and that is where input and output is not worth it. Not worth it in any way or form. Moving on. Now this is a question which is very easy, very straightforward. I want everybody to get it right. Who among the following were associated with the introduction of Rayatwari settlement in India during British rule? Lord Cornwallis, Alexander Reed, Thomas Munro. What is the answer to this question? Okay, we have everybody saying C, Rohit saying A, but everybody saying C. Now, someone is saying B, Payal. Now, see, here you can know two things. There are two ways to approach this question. Either you know who introduced Rayatwari settlement, or you know who introduced permanent settlement. Permanent settlement is introduced by no one else but Cornwallis. And if Cornwallis is the person who is associated with permanent settlement, then he goes out of the picture, and very beautifully everything gets eliminated and we get the answer. Unfortunately, if it's a 2-pair, 1-pair, 3-pair question, it becomes more difficult. But Alexander Reed, Thomas Munro, Scottish Enlightenment officers did not want to bring in a Zamindar-based settlement into Madras Presidency, and that is where they will introduce the Rayatwari settlement in that regard. I hope that this much basic, very basic, these are very basic facts which you should know, which is you should just make a table in which you add permanent, Rayatwari and Mehelwari. You should know who's the founding, you can say, officer, or who's the one who established it. Permanent is, as I said, Lord Cornwallis. Rayatwari is Alexander Reed and Munro. And you should be also able to know Mehelwari, which is Holt Mackenzie, a very important personality for the what we today call as the Punjab sector. So no, you don't need to. Manisha, if you are going to do that, if you are going into Satyashodhak Samaj and Phule, is very easy. If you are going to do research into the personalities of each and every, you can say, organization, social reform movement, the input output is not worth it. If you look at the questions, I will show it to you. If you look at the questions, the input output is not worth it. You should know where to draw the line. And social reform movement, recently itself, I was telling this to my class itself, and some of you are here also, they would know that with regards to social reform movement, tribal peasant, these are areas where students get caught up, but they should know that there has only been one mains question out of this area, and out of the questions which are coming through, one rare question, one random question is coming, which is quiz question. As it is, I say to you, if UPSC will come to their own, you will learn 100, they will give you one organization which neither I have heard, no one else has heard. And that is where they will just break your ego. Whole 150 different organizations and research will go down the drain. So what we do is we learn all the major ones, and we hope that UPSC is going to ask that question. If not, we are not going to take a negative. This is a very important strategy. Smart hard work gets you this examination, not random hard work in the wrong direction. So anyway, if UPSC wants, they will give you an organization which you have no idea about. So don't worry about that. Now, this is a question which makes you think, and you have to read the question very closely. The staple commodities of export by the English East India Company from Bengal in the middle of 18th century were. What is the answer to this question? There will be two options which will come up. Okay, I'll not say it right now, but D. Okay, so You either know this question or you're actually reading it closely. See, the answer to this question does not lie in the options. The answer to this question lies here. Middle of 18th century. Read closely. That is the lesson here. If it says middle of 19th century, the answer changes. In the middle of 18th century, again the answer changes. Middle of 18th century means 1750, which means Plassey has not happened and Diwani rights have not been given under Buxar. Therefore, here the answer is finished cotton textile along with silk, opium and saltpeter. Saltpeter was needed in Barood, which is gunpowder. On the other hand, if the question was middle of 19th century, what would be the answer? If it said middle of 19th century, then the answer would become A, because through the process of commercialization and what we call as the land revenue settlements, they will change the nature of the trade itself. So if it says 1750, we are a net exporter of finished goods. If it says 1850, then we are a net exporter of what is called as raw material for the Industrial Revolution and for the English. So sometimes the answer does not lie in the options but in the question itself. Reading closely with regards to economic history of India is very, very important. So do note that we were pre-1765 an exporter of finished goods. On the other hand, once we will go into colonialism properly, there will be through the land revenue settlements the process of forced commercialization, which will then make our peasants produce what they want for the what we call today as the world and the rest of the world or the world market, and therefore the answer will become A. So the answer varies according to the period they're talking about. There's one more question like this on Indigo I will show you. Very interesting that way. UPSC is not asking you facts. It's asking you the application of that fact. Do you understand the way our export profile is changing? Oil seeds, opium, raw cotton, yes, not in very big commodity oil seeds. The percentage of oil seeds is very, very low. As it is, what the examiner has done, he knew that the answer was D. So thereafter, the option can only be sorted out by the first option. Whatever is written after that is actually just clutter. He had to give certain options, so he just randomly gave it. If you're trying to decode, did sugar go out of India? Did copper go out of India? He just wanted to fill in those blanks. The idea was for him, raw cotton and cotton was the main answer. Everything or anything else is related to that understanding in that regard. So again, very simple, straightforward question. If your fundamentals are clear, you will never, in a way, get this question incorrect. Now, yes, depending on the period, the commodity profile changes. Because previously, we were the net exporter of finished goods. We were the epicenter of trade itself. If you know how, see, just to give you an understanding, what did 1765 actually do? 1765, the grant of Diwani changed the profile of trade itself in India, which is pre-1765, the British used to bring in a lot of gold, silver, bullion, and used to take what is called as cotton, pepper, spices in that regard. On the other hand, they were also taking gold and silver to China, taking silk. Now what happens is, with the grant of Diwani, one new drain channel is increased or changed or in a way created, which is they will take the Indian revenue, they will buy what commodities they want in India, then they will take it to England. At the same point of time, they will take that money invested into opium, take it to China, and from China, they will take silk and what we call as tea via the smuggling of opium itself. And this is called the balance of payment and balance of trade shifting towards the British itself. The balance of payment and balance of trade, which was extremely negative to the English in 1750, will become extremely positive to the British by 1800, 1820. That is where indigo pepper, silk, raw cotton, and even one of the commodities which will become very, very common is opium in the initial period. Then after 1850, it will become useless because the opium wars will happen. Just don't complicate your understanding. It is a very simple, straightforward question based on how you can apply your understanding. Are we sorted? I've given you the basic backstory also to this question. You should be able to understand 1765 is just not a random treaty of Allahabad. It changes the whole trade profile of India in that regard. Okay, moving on. Now, this is again a very interesting question, which is, which one of the following statements does not apply to the system of subsidiary alliance introduced by Lord Wellesley? To maintain a large standing army at others' expense, to keep India safe from Napoleonic danger, to secure a fixed income for the company, to establish British paramountcy over the Indian states. What is the answer to this question? Come on, tell me. What is the answer to this question? B, C, C. Okay. C, C, C. Palak says B. Okay, so mostly students get confused in these two options. First things first, read the question properly. Does not apply, meaning it should not be one of the reasons why subsidiary alliance was there. Now, does subsidiary alliance allow them to have a large standing army at the expense of Indian rulers? Yes. So this is not the option. Does it also establish paramountcy of the British within the states and other European powers? Yes. This is also the option. This cannot be the two options because they apply on the what we call as subsidiary alliance. Now the question is, does Napoleonic danger or fixed income aspect come through? Now, Lord Wellesley and the timing of subsidiary alliance, that period between 1790s 99 till 1815, in which subsidiary alliance was applied the most, is the same period in which the French Revolution gives birth to Napoleon Bonaparte, and Napoleon is then going to rise under consulate rule. Napoleon's period is 1799 to 1815, Battle of Waterloo. The same period, well, Wellesley was applying subsidiary alliance left, right, and center. The idea was that if they have a large standing army, this is where the answer to the question is actually given in the question itself. If you accept that a large standing army at someone else's expense is important, then you automatically would know that that would allow them to remove any form of danger from the French. Anglo-French rivalry is already a very important, you can say, bone of contention. Battle of Vandy Wash has already happened. The Carnatic Wars had already happened. Therefore, this is also one of the reasons why subsidiary alliance actually was needed. The answer is fixed income. There was no transfer of money directly between the ruler and the British. Under subsidiary alliance, you maintain the army. Maintaining the army would mean that you give their food expenses, you give their salaries, but the British never took money from them. It's a transfer from the British to the resident to the army itself. If you cannot do that, they will then annex your territory as a penalty. So this is the answer C. This again proves to us from 2018 onwards, the UPSC wants you to think, wants you to apply your knowledge. Just reading spectrum, just reading some random book without understanding what is happening, you will not be able to answer these questions. This question is not based on what are the features of subsidiary alliance. It is rather what is not a feature of subsidiary alliance. So you have to understand what is subsidiary alliance in that regard, and that is where this question becomes interesting. So if you, B is very simple, Ram. The idea that if the British have a very strong force in India, which is not at their expense, will in turn lead them to also allow a resurgence of the French, because Napoleon had one major agenda after 1806, which was the taking back of the colonies, and because Pondicherry, Mahe and Karikal were protectorates. It could be that Napoleon could go into an alliance with Tipu Sultan. This will also be one of the reasons why they will have the fourth the fourth Mysore War. And that is where any form of Napoleonic danger, preemptively they will move. Napoleon was a danger to the British in India, and therefore subsidiary alliance was a very important way of undercutting that. I hope you're getting that basic static portion of this question. That is based on the understanding of why the timing of subsidiary alliance matches with Napoleon. Moving on. Can I move on? Everybody's understanding why the B option is incorrect, right? Okay. After the Santhal uprising subsided, what were the measure taken by the colonial government? The territories called Santhal Parganas were created. It became illegal for the Santhals to transfer land to the non-Santhals. What is the answer to this question? Come on. Very easy question. Again, application based. One and only question, or rather two questions have come out of tribal and peasant. Very easy questions that way. Free of offer and 2 marks at your stake very easily. Okay, great. Everybody knows the answer to this question, which is C. See, the word which matters here is subsided. If it had said during the Santhal uprising, then the answer would change. It says the Santhal uprising is over. What were the remedial measures taken by the colonial government? And this is where there were two very important ways in which they wanted to protect their rule. Exclusion and stopping the entry of outsiders. Now you look at the two options. Territories called Santhal Parganas created. This is the exclusionary concept, that you put the tribals into excluded modified areas which are not under the control of even the governor. The governor general takes a call, and this is where this becomes correct. Second is, it became illegal for the Santhals to transfer non-Santhals. Dikhu. The idea that outsiders cannot take the land of the Santhals, therefore it automatically undercuts the problem. These were the two major reasons for the tribal rebellions itself. The land being lost, and at the same point of time, Santhal Pargana created a certain space where outsiders could not enter. British also kept an arm's length distance in that regard. So the answer is C, straightforward with the explanation itself. Now, question number 8. Economically, one of the results of the British rule in India in the 19th century was increase in exports of Indian handicrafts, growth in number of Indian-owned factories, commercialization of Indian agriculture, rapid increase in the urban population. What is the answer to this question again? Neetu says C. Okay. C. Okay. Now, if you again have a basic understanding of the British impact on the economy of the Indian subcontinent, you would know that the net impact was negative. Has to be negative. Now, increase in exports of Indian handicrafts, obviously no. The exact opposite happened, which is raw material being exported. This is the exact opposite of deindustrialization. So this is not an impact. Commercialization of Indian agriculture, growth of number of Indian-owned factories. This again is incorrect, because Indian factories will only come up in the late period once the American Civil War will come through. Initially in the 19th century, nothing like that. At the same point of time, rapid increase in urban population. Rather, there is a depopulation of India because of famines. And the answer here becomes C, because in Indian context, commercialization is not a positive impact. No, this is something again we discussed extensively in class. It is a forced process. And as it is a forced process, the peasants, because of the high demand of the land revenue settlements, will in turn be forced to go for cash crops. This becomes the answer, because here again it is a negative aspect of colonialism. Negative. Please remember this thumb rule, that any impact of the British economically cannot be positive. So you have to take and look for that option which is negative in that regard. Simply see, land revenue demands increase, overassessment happens, too much cash demand is there. You will fetch more prices, for example, from sugar, from opium, or from indigo or cotton, than actually by producing grains or any form of grain, billet, be it rice or be it the concept of wheat. In that sense, you would rather go for a cash crop, because that gives you more cash revenue, which then you can transfer to the British. This is one of the reasons which in turn will lead to also the famines in India, because all the peasants or most of the peasants in this overassessment period will try to move towards cash crops, and this will in turn create an artificial shortage of grains in India, which is basically the concept of famines itself. I'm trying to revise the basic static with you, because most of you are giving the examination also. So I'm trying to use these questions to also understand these ideas as much as possible. I can easily give you the answer and move on, but that is not the purpose of this lecture. The purpose is to revise. So therefore, keep on revising these concepts with me. It is very, very important that we do that. Industrialization will not happen. Deindustrialization will happen. That is a standard thing which we already know. Okay. Which of the following led to the introduction of English education in India? Charter Act of 1813, General Committee of Public Instruction 1823, Orientalist and Anglicanist, or what is called as utilitarian controversy. What is the right answer to this question? The British were evil, I think. Okay. Some of you are giving the answer as C. Most of you are giving the answer as D. Sweetie, you should not skip this question. It's a very easy question. Extremely easy question. It is not that my mindset is evil. The British were evil. If you still have faith in the British, you should come to class. We will have a very long discussion on how a lot of my class students are here. They would know how systematically the British destroyed the Indian subcontinent. I am not making this up. All of this is based on empirical evidence and research, but no issues. We have faith in the Queen. No issues. Okay. So the answer here is obviously D. Is D. Now, why am I saying that it is D? Because you have to read the question very properly. It says led to the introduction. Led to the introduction. It does not say which led to the introduction of education. English education, it is saying. Pay attention to this word. If it said education, your answer would have been correct 1 and 2 only. The answer would have been A. But because it is saying English education, yes, the Charter Act of 1813 gave 1 lakh rupees for the education of the native itself. That is okay. General Committee of Public Instruction under Macaulay is going to then introduce English education, because he is going to have the very famous minute of 1835. But if you don't know this, you should know the ideologies of the Raj. Ideologies of the Raj, we know that Orientalists wanted vernacular education. The Anglicanist or the utilitarian wanted English education for indoctrination. So if there was no debate, English would not have been introduced only. So here it becomes D. This is where again I am trying to argue that pay attention to the instructions of the question, because mostly the clue is there. If this word was not there, then the answer would have been A. Because it is English education, it has to be all of the above. I hope you're understanding the subtle differentiations. Very subtle, but very important ones. Okay. The General Committee of Public Instruction will be established in 1823. The Macaulay Minute under Bentinck is going to come in 1835. So don't worry about that, Pooja. It is the establishment and the time the what we call as public instruction committees dominated by the utilitarians in that regard. Aman, that is what you have to learn. You have to learn the techniques. Previous year question paper is way to understand the depth, the points, and the way to figure out how to look at the questions itself. Okay. With reference to educational institutions during colonial rule in India, consider the following pairs. Sanskrit College of Benares, William Jones. Calcutta Madarsa, Warren Hastings. Fort William College, Arthur Wellesley. What is the answer to this question? Come on. Please let me know. Come on, come on, come on, come on. What is the answer to this question? B, 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 A, B. Skip. Rahul, again, this is not a question to be skipped. It's not a question to be skipped. If you've gone through basic modern India, you tell me, are any of these organizations obscure? You tell me. Is it the obscure organizations? Calcutta Madarsa, Fort William College? No. Basic Orientalist organizations these are. Now, if you know Orientalism, Calcutta Madarsa, Warren Hastings, totally correct. But UPSC has played with a word. Fort William College is Wellesley, but it is not Arthur Wellesley. There were two brothers, Richard and Arthur Wellesley. Basically, they want you to know the whole name of Lord Wellesley. Lord Wellesley's name was Richard Wellesley, not Arthur Wellesley. But UPSC has been kind. UPSC does this. If it takes from one hand, it gives you from another hand also. UPSC, God. Sanskrit College at Banaras, William Jones. Everybody knows this. William Jones is related to the Asiatic Society of Bengal. This has to be Jonathan Duncan. Again, something as a very standard name which you should know. Now, if you know this, that the first one is incorrect, UPSC automatically gives you the answer. 2 has to be correct. So, therefore, B. So, it doesn't really matter if you know that Richard Wellesley has a brother called Arthur Wellesley. If you know that the first statement is incorrect, or the first one itself is incorrect, if you know Jonathan Duncan, then automatically you will get the answer, because 3 only and 2 only will be left. And you have to trust yourself to know that Warren Hastings, Calcutta Madrasa. Your inherent knowledge has to be trusted, and that much I hope you have faith in yourself. That yes, I know that second is correct, so therefore the answer is B. This is where you have to trust yourself and you trust your foundational knowledge. Moving on. Regarding Wood's dispatch, which of the following statements are true? Grants in aid system was introduced. Establishment of universities was recommended. English as a medium of instruction at all levels of education was recommended. So you have to tell me, what did Wood's dispatch say? What is the answer to this question? Come on. I'll give you the trick, which you already also know because of multiple interactions we have on this platform, but I'll reiterate it, and thereafter we'll get the answer. Okay, so majority of you are correct. Here 1 and 2 is the answer. Let me come to that. First things first, we should know which organization or which committee is this. So if you remember, Wo Hura Sad Har Sir, which is Wood's dispatch, Hunter Commission, Ray Commission, Sadler, Hartog, Sargent. Wo Hura Sad Har Sir. This means it is Wo. It is Wo. So it is Wood's dispatch. Wood's dispatch means that it comes after Macaulay's what is called as downward filtration theory. Now, did grant in aid be introduced through Wood's dispatch? Yes. He said some money should be transferred to the universities. Did he say that universities should be established everywhere in India? Yes, it also said that. But it created what is called today as the hybrid system. Hybrid system was primary and secondary, it should be vernacular. Higher education, it should be English. Macaulay said we will only teach English to the higher education level, but he said no, let us try to go for little bit of a more of a hybrid model where we also promote vernacular. So it rejects downward filtration theory and it also introduces a hybrid model. Again, something very straightforward we discuss in class. It is given in every book. It is only about internalizing the basic understanding. I have already given you the way to learn these, you can say, committees. You just have to know 2 to 3 important points about them. A basic table is going to be good enough. So let's move to the next question. Consider the following statements about Charter Act of 1813. Any day constitutional history is important. This is very, very important. It ended the trade monopoly of the East India Company in India except for trade in tea and trade with China. It asserted the sovereignty of the British Crown over the Indian territories held by the company. The revenues of India were now controlled by the British Parliament. Which of them are or are correct? Though it cannot be is, all options have 2. Okay, what is the answer? Come on. Very easy question. Charter Act of 1813, 1833, 53, very important. Along with Pitch India Act, Regulating Act, before 1858, all acts are very, very important. Very good. A. Again, not a question to be skipped, Manisha. Very straightforward question. And what you need is logic. Because there are 2 statements which are contradictory to one another. The answer to the question itself is given in the options. See, did Charter Act of 1813 end the monopoly with India? Yes. And did it withhold the monopoly in China? Yes. 1833, both monopolies will be gone. Standard concept which you know. Because of Adam Smith, because of laissez-faire politics, because of free trade lobby, that is going to happen. Now, second and third statement are diametrically opposite to one another. In the sense that it says it asserted the sovereignty of British Crown over the Indian territories held by the company, and it says the revenue of India were now controlled by the British Parliament. If the revenue or revenues from India is going to be fully controlled by British Parliament, then how does the company then hold India itself independently? So if this is correct, this has to be incorrect. If this is incorrect, then the third option has to be correct. 1813 Charter just asserted the sovereignty that you hold this territory because we have given you the power through the charter. So this is an assertion that you don't hold it independently, you hold it, but there's no bias which we want to show. We still want you to hold Indian territory. But Indian revenue transfer would mean that the private company would become a public company. And the full control only is given after 1858. So therefore, the answer becomes 1 and 2. And this is where you have to sometimes also read the options very carefully. Third option would mean if today, I'll give you a very simple example. If today, Government of India says that all the revenue of the Tata Group is going to be the receipt of the consolidated funds of India, then does the Tata Group exist as an independent entity, or does it not become more than a PSU itself? So if company is a private company and if its revenue goes to the British Parliament directly, then the nature of the company itself changes. So it cannot be that the sovereignty is asserted also and the money is also at the same time taken. So basically you have to see the nitty-gritty of see, why am I saying this to you? You may know this question automatically. You're very thorough with the provisions of 1813 Charter Act. But most of these questions can also be sorted out via logic. Logically also the answer comes through. So if revenues of India go directly to the British Parliament, and East India Company ceases to exist in a way. So that is where you have to understand this understanding of how I'm going to read the options in a way comparatively. Okay, let's move to the next question. Now again, this is a very interesting question I want you to answer. Which of the following statements correctly explains the impact of Industrial Revolution on India during the first half of 19th century? This is freebie question 2020. If you did not get this question correct, then it's a problem. Freebie question. UPSC was generous. It gave you a very straightforward, simple question. Very simple, straightforward question. So, in the mind, remember, British can only do bad. Not because I think like that, just to qualify that, because the net impact of the British in India is negative only. Now you have to look for an option which gives you a negative connotation. It is also telling us first half of 19th century. So it is very straightforward, which is machines were introduced in Indian textiles. No. Railway lines were introduced in many parts of the country. Now there's going to be a dichotomy between C and A. Heavy duties were imposed. No, it's the other way around. Indian imports into England were heavily, you can say, the duties were very, very heavy on them. Now it is between A and C. Which is the positive impact and which is the negative impact? A and C, which is more negative than the other one? A, the deindustrialization of India was the direct impact of the Industrial Revolution rather than the railways being introduced. Rather, it is the railways which in turn leads to even more penetration of the goods and, you can say, cheap cotton from Manchester and Lancashire. So therefore, you have to choose an option which is giving you the true picture, because it says correctly explains. If you're answering C, you are partially correct. But because there's an option which is more incorrect, therefore, or rather more correct in that regard, therefore C becomes positive in front of A. Perfect. Again, something where I just use my base knowledge and my understanding of colonialism to get the answer. Simple, straightforward question. Moving on. With reference to the history of India, this is a one-off question which came, thereafter never came in India. With reference to history of India, the Uluglan or the Great Tumult is a description of which of the following events? Very simple question. Extremely simple question. This is the reason why in every book which you see, in the bracket it says Uluglan uprising. Once they ask this question, after that nobody ever cared for this topic or this section itself. Very good. Birsa Munda uprising or the Birsa Munda revolt of 1899-1900 is called the Uluglan uprising. The Mapila rebellion has nothing to do with it. Indigo revolt is not called this. Revolt of 27. Simple. This is again called a freebie question. Till 2020, UPSC was still not high on steroids. It is asking questions which logically make sense, and therefore simple, straightforward question were coming in the examination. Now, Wellesley established the Fort William College at Calcutta because he was asked by the board of directors at London to do so. He wanted to revive interest in Oriental learning in India. He wanted to provide William Carey and his associates with employment. He wanted to train British civilians for administrative purposes in India. What is the answer to this question? Trump Sharma, very interesting name. Don't overthink it. Does not matter if it is Richard or Arthur. The answer is very simply, if you know ICS, if you know institutions, you would know the answer is the Fort William College was set up in 1806 by Wellesley, Richard Wellesley, in order to train the ICS officers in India. However, what happened was that the court of directors, but this itself is wrong. There's nothing called board of directors. It is either board of control or court of directors, COD or BOC. So because the board of control felt that the officers would become extremely, you can say, soft and would have a soft corner for India because they were being trained in India, they then shut it down, and the Haileybury College is going to be established very soon by 1809. So here Incorrect, incorrect, incorrect. Answer is created and shut down very quickly by the court of or the board of control in that regard. Again, fairly easy question based on consolidation of the Raj. Now you must have realized something. A lot of questions are coming from two modules, which is economic history, consolidation of the Raj. Consolidation of the Raj includes institutions and constitutional history. And that is where you have to concentrate on these modules for sure. You have to concentrate on these modules for sure, because questions are coming out of this area quite a lot. Though UPSC is now again moved a little bit towards advent of Europeans rather than these modules, till this point it seemed like UPSC liked consolidation. Now UPSC has developed a liking for advent of Europeans. As you will see, for the past 2 years, 3 years, we are seeing one question for sure on advent of Europeans, either the Dutch or the Portuguese or something related to the English initial period. Okay. Now this question, I want to see if everybody is able to get the right answer or not. Indigo cultivation in India declined by the beginning of 20th century because of peasant resistance to oppressive conduct of planters, its unprofitability in the world market because of new inventions, national leaders' opposition to cultivation of indigo, government control over the planters. Now here there are two options which will become problematic. Some of you started with it, now you have corrected yourself, which is most of you will get trapped in these two options. Because there's something called the Indigo Revolt and there is also something called the German dye. Now the question answer is dictated by this. If it said indigo cultivation in India declined by the beginning of 19th century, then the answer would have been A, because indigo revolt will happen, indigo cultivation will go down. But because it says 20th century, the answer becomes the unprofitability, because indigo as a dye had become irrelevant. Because the German dye had developed, therefore the answer becomes B. If you are reading too much into Champaran Satyagraha, you will answer C, and D itself is an irrelevant option. If you think Gandhi changed everything, then C will be the answer. If you don't pay attention to 19th and 20th century, you are going to give the wrong answer according to the century. One is going to be correct for 19th century, A. One is going to be correct for 20th century, which is B. Which is again a reminder, please remember this correctly. The year and the chronology matters. Pay attention to the chronology and the time. That is why when I teach you modern India, I give you a master timeline and I also teach you micro timelines, because you should know where you are in the story. Because if you don't know where you are in the story, you are going to do silly mistakes. Even when you will know the answer, you will get it incorrect. This is something you have to change and inculcate in that regard, where you have to read closely. There's no hurry whatsoever to solve this question. Moving to the 17th question, a fairly easy one again. Who among the following was associated as secretary with Hindu female school, which was later known as Bethune Female School? Annie Besant, Debendranath Tagore, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Sarojini Naidu. Rashmi, just little bit. One of you, Naved, had already leaked it, but it is going to come within a month itself. Don't worry about that. Perfectly fine. Very good. Good hit rate as of right now. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Annie Besant has nothing to do with Bethune School. Debendranath Tagore is too conservative. Sarojini Naidu is too forward in the timeline. We know when it comes to women's education and widow remarriage, the champion of that was Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, a towering figure in Bengali literature, also education, women's education and widow remarriage. This is again freebie question. If you're not getting this question, then your basics are problematic. Very straightforward freebie. Either you should very simply say to UPSC, thank you so much, you have given me 2 marks to reach to the mains level. Because UPSC could have given any random personality, they could have given any obscure organization, but they were kind enough to give you Bethune Female School and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. So very simple, straightforward question in that regard. Okay. Now somehow UPSC developed a liking for this personality, a very, very peculiar question that was. Consider the following statements. In 2021, randomly UPSC developed a liking for the Portuguese. Saint Francis Xavier was one of the founding members of the Jesuit order. Saint Francis Xavier died in Goa and a church is dedicated to him there. The feast of Saint Francis Xavier is celebrated in Goa each year. Which of the statements are correct? Now, the answer to this question is based on one peculiarity. The answer here is 1 and 3. The peculiarity is that he died in China. He was first buried in China. Then he was dug up by his followers. He was brought back to India. And then he was buried in Goa, which is called the Old Goa churches today, the Bon Biciclia, which is the Bon Jesus Biciclia. So this statement is incorrect. To know something like this, you would need to pay attention to the Portuguese and the Souza's period, something which we discuss in class. But as I say, again, if you don't know these type of questions, these two are very standard. Jesuit means Catholic Christian missionaries. If you don't know this, don't have to worry. It is a one-off question. Most probably UPSC will not ask this personality again. It was that same year in which Francis Xavier was in the news quite a lot. And that is why they asked this question. But do remember one thing, advent of Europeans used to be a module which UPSC aspirants used to basically not care. Did not care. But UPSC somehow has developed a liking for this in the past in the past 3 years, they've developed a liking for this section. You will see that in the questions also. They are now concentrating on this period between 1498 and 1707. Somehow, if you don't know the timelines here, what is Treaty of Risnik, you don't know what is Tordesillas, you don't know what is the concept of the Portuguese, who is Cunha, who is what is called as Albuquerque, what did they do? This is something which you should start to now concentrate on. Now, we have 122 questions, don't worry. This is going to be over, then we'll go into the next set, then we will cover art and culture, then we'll cover ancient medieval. Long haul, no issues. Okay. 2021, same area, now UPSC is becoming more and more problematic. In the first quarter of 17th century, in which of the following were the factories of the English East India Company located? Broch, Chickakol, Trinopoli. What is the answer to this question? Come on. Fairly easy question again. A. Good. Most of you are that way, advent of Europeans, you have an understanding. Good. The answer is A. Now let's try to understand why A. Kanhaiya is saying A, but I don't know. A is the answer. Let's try to understand how. Again, the answer does not lie in the options. It lies in the statement of the question. In the first quarter of 17th century, where were the factories of English East India Company? How much is a quarter? Don't say 30 ml, 60 ml. How much is a quarter? 25. So, first quarter of 17th century means 1600 to 1625. This is a quarter, right? Now, during this period, if you have any idea about the British, you would know that 1613 and 1615, two farmans are basically falling into this time period. They are called the Jahangir farmans. 1613 allowed them to establish themselves at Surat. At the same point of time, 1615 allowed them to establish themselves at Mauslipatnam, at Broch, at Ahmedabad, at Agra, and some parts of Bengal. Jahangir Farman, 1613, 1615, after they had successfully defeated the Portuguese near Basin and near Bombay. Now, Broch is given as the option. Now we have two options, which has A and B. Now this is what UPSC made a little bit of, you can say, that impulse to make it harder came through. They could have easily given an option where one would have been with three. Trinopoli is a fort which we know is related to the Second Carnatic War, in which Muhammad Ali was, in a way, after his father Anwaruddin was dead. Trinopoli fort, what you call the pressure from Chand Sahib and French was there. This is the context in which you know Trinopoli. But Trinopoli would mean 18th century, which is Second Carnatic War. So if they had given 1 and 3, this question would have been easy. But because nobody really knows what Chikakol means, Chikakol was actually an area which the French actually controlled, not the British that much. That is a place called Srikakulam. Srikakulam, the English were there for a small time, did not establish a factory. The French, in that regard, also tried to establish themselves. It's not an area which came to them during the 1600s. That is where the answer becomes one only. In the exam context, this question is difficult. But if you gave the answer as A and B, I'm still proud of you, because you were able to at least eliminate Trinopoli and you knew about 16, 13 and 15. If you are having that much base understanding to come to 50-50, and Chikakol basically found everybody LBW or bold because nobody really knew what Chikakol was in the examination. So therefore, whoever gave the answer as A would most probably be guessing at that point of time. It's a 50-50 option, but still worth it. The point is, this means that we have to pay attention to the areas in which they establish themselves. So very simply, you should know English timeline for sure. But now Dutch timeline and the French timeline and the Portuguese timeline becomes very important. From the Portuguese 1498, 1488, 1498, 1500, 1501, 3, 5, 11, 15, thereafter 29, 1510, thereafter 1534, 37, very important. The same way the English timeline becomes very important. 16, 13, 15, thereafter 32, 39, 51, 61, 68, thereafter 98, and then 17, 17. These are very, very important dates in that regard. If you have no idea about these, then you've ignored this area, but you should know these timelines at least. If they're asking an obscure area, it's okay. But if you don't know these ones, which is Surat, thereafter Mauslipatnam, Broch, Ahmedabad, Agra, then Golden Farman, then the Farman of Chandragiri or Chandragiri concession, then transfer of Bombay from the Portuguese to the English, thereafter what is called as the Shah Shuja Farman, then Farrukhsiyar Farman. These are standard things which you should know. So this question re-establishes the fact that UPSC is trying to go this way. So it is, if you are giving the examination this year, please do concentrate on this area. You never know with UPSC, because 2024 they ignored this area properly, but still till 2023 we saw questions coming out of it. Sorted. I've given a little bit of time here so as to tell you that this is an area you have to concentrate on, right? See, 2020, this is again 2021. Okay, with reference to Indian history, consider the following statements. The Dutch established their factory warehouses on the east coast on the grants granted to them, or on the lands granted to them by the Gajapati rulers. Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from the Bijapur rulers. The English East India Company established a factory at Madras on a plot of land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagara Empire. Which of these is correct? Sir, marathon session? Yes. Rudradani, you are in the correct session. This is a marathon session. We are at question number 20. We have to go till 122. So 102 questions more after this. Ancient, medieval, modern and art and culture, everything will be covered. We have two types, B and D, B and D, B and D coming, but the answer is B. Now I'll tell you how to come to the answer. Let's be very clear. You should know this. Goa 1510, Alfonso de Albuquerque capturing from Bijapur ruler. Simple. We also know this. This is called the Chandragiri concession. I just referred to this Chandragiri concession. Now by that logic, we have two options to play with, which is B and D. That is why you were confused. Now, if you have any idea of medieval India, you would know that Gajapati rulers don't intersect with when the Dutch came. When did the Dutch come to India? Come on, tell me this. What is the answer to this question? When did the Dutch come to India? Come on. I'm checking your understanding. 1602 is the establishment of the VOC. 1605 is Mauchlypatnam. Basically, I'm expecting you to say 17th century. Now, if I tell you that Gajapati rulers period is 1434 to 1541, if you know that Gajapatis fall under 16th century and the Dutch came in 17th century, you would then know that the answer is B. Again, don't expect you to know the exact date of Gajapati rulers. That is something where my expectation setting is wrong. But you should have this much idea that most probably it will be Deccani Sultanates and not the Gajapati rulers, because Gajapatis go during that period of early modern rather than modern itself. So again, you should be able to establish this much. Again, logic should prevail. Difficult question for students who do not have any idea of history, because for them then Gajapati, Kakatiya all are equal. That is something which you should know. I'm trying to also revise the static portion with you so that you gain something out of this session. Okay, you all are messing up the timeline of the advent of Europeans. So I'll just give you the timeline also, please, because I can see some of you are giving the wrong timeline. See, according to establishment of factory and when the East India Company comes, the timeline changes. Portuguese were first, French were last. That does not change. Before the French, Danes are there. That is also something which doesn't change. If the question says East India Company establishment, then it will be English, then the Dutch. English East India Company was formed first 1599-1600. VOC was formed in 16023. But if it says first presence in India, first factory in India, then it will become Dutch and English. Because Dutch will establish their factory in 1605 in Mauchlypatnam. English will establish it in Surat in 1613. So this will swap according to the question, a standard thing which UPSC aspirants ponder over and debate over. The question context will matter. If it is asking East India Company, then the answer is different. If it is asking the concept of first factory, then the options change. Do pay attention to this aspect for sure. Please read closely in the examination. Now in 2023, UPSC again was in a very generous mood, extremely generous mood. First question, who among the following rulers of medieval Gujarat surrendered due to the Portuguese? What is the answer to this question? Ahmad Shah, Mahmud Begara, Bahadur Shah, Muhammad Shah. See, two options should basically make you a little bit, in a way, this will confuse you in that regard. Either it is Mahmud Begara, which you know because of the Battle of Chaul and the Battle of what we call as Dew, which is Battle of Dew, not Dew being surrendered. Because that is where the Egyptian fleet along with Mahmud Begara, the ruler of Gujarat, fought with Kunya. The answer here is Bahadur Shah. Bahadur Shah is the one who had gone into a certain agreement with the Portuguese against, not Bahadur Shah of the later Mughals. He's the Bahadur Shah of Gujarat. He had gone into an understanding with the Portuguese against Humayun, but Humayun then turned positive towards Bahadur Shah. Thereafter, the Portuguese will also kill this ruler on their ship because he had not given the areas which they wanted. They will first take Dew and then kill him on a Portuguese ship itself. So this is where Bahadur Shah is the answer. Now, the most easiest question ever asked by UPSC overall is the 22nd question. By which one of the following acts was the Governor General of Bengal designated as the Governor General of India? Freebie question 2023. 2 questions out of modern India were extremely easy. Extremely easy. D. The Charter Act of 1833 will designate Governor General of India to Governor General of Bengal to Governor General of India. Simple. Not something out of the box again. Now, this completes our first set of questions. 22 questions which have come from the period between 1500, 1498 and 1857. This area is not explicitly quoted by the UPSC, but is part of that history of India which is written. But when we go into 1857 to 1947, now the number of questions will increase exponentially, double. We have close to 43 questions here. And this is why I say to any student who is doing this at the last moment, if you're preparing for UPSC in the last moment, you still have not figured out modern India, concentrating on this period may give you a better chance of clearing this examination. Not ideal, but please don't ignore anything after from, for example, the government of India in 1858 and thereafter everything else. So I hope you will remember this point correctly. Now, when this section is going to be over, 43 questions we will cover, then we'll take a break and then we'll go into art and culture, ancient and medieval. Agreed? Meaning most probably we'll take a break at 9:30ish, 9:15ish, and thereafter we'll start at 9:30 or 9:45 and then we'll go until 11:30 or 11:45, most probably like that, right? So I'm giving you that half an hour to have your dinner and then we can all figure it out thereafter, right? Sorted. Okay. Now, Annie Besant was responsible for starting the Home Rule League movement, the founder of the Theosophical Society, once the president of the Indian National Congress. Which of the statements are correct? This one of this fact we've discussed just this morning. In the morning batch, I've discussed Annie Besant. What is the answer to this question? B, C, B, C, B and C, B and C. B and C, D also. Okay. C, C, B, 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 C, D. Saba. Everything except for A, everything is coming. Okay. The answer to this question is C. 1 and 3 only. She was associated with the Theosophical Society, but she is not the founder. We have a person called Helena Blavatsky, Sky, whatever you want to call, and there's a person called H.S. Olcott, who are the founders of the Theosophical Society. She was a member of the Theosophical Society, not the founder. So as it is, if you actually know that, you will come to the answer of 1 and 3. Yes, she will be president once. Remember, she was the first woman president, but not the first Indian woman president. She was the first woman president of the Indian National Congress. We will discuss that. There is going to be a question on this also. UPSC plays with that. Yes, she was also the founder of the Home Rule League movement along with Tilak. So 1 and 3, simple straightforward question on a woman called Annie Besant. Simple. Okay. Now very simple question. 2013 rather. Quit India movement was launched in response to Cabinet Mission, Cripps proposal, Simon Commission report, Wavell plan. Here you just need to have an understanding of the timeline. If you know the timeline, you will get this question automatically correct. Theosophical Society, Rajnikant, was a reform, you can't call it social religious reform movement based organization, but it was an organization which talked about universal brotherhood, sisterhood. It talked about how religions don't really matter. So it was something based out of Madras. Annie Besant was a part of it for a very long time. Okay, so here the answer is obviously B. When did Quit India movement happen? 1942. Cabinet Mission Plan is 1946. Simon Commission report is 1927 or 1931ish when the first roundtable conference is going to happen. Basically 30-31 the report is given. Wavell plan is 1945. Cripps mission is the only one which intersects with the same year. So Quit India and Cripps. Yes, it is the proposal which failed along with the onslaught of the Japanese in that sector, which will in turn lead to now Gandhi having a certain urgency to launch a movement, which is Quit India movement. Right? Okay. The people of India agitated against the arrival of Simon Commission because Indians never wanted to review the working of the Act of 1919. Simon Commission recommended the abolition of diarchy in the provinces. There was no Indian member in the Simon Commission. The Simon Commission suggested the partition of the country. This again from your childhood. Go back, Simon, go back. Somewhere or the other, some movie or the other, you must have seen this, which is Simon Commission being shown black flags, be it the Bhagat Singh movie, be it any movie, even recently Dasvi, all have the reference to this. Yes, very good. The Simon Commission, which came in 1927, reinvigorated Indian nationalism because all the 7 members of the Simon Commission were British parliamentary members, and therefore Simon Commission did not have any Indian member, and the Simon Commission was sent under the concept of the 1919 Act, which said that an Indian statutory commission is going to come after 10 years, but because of the Swarajists and the no changes and the Swarajists specifically, the Simon Commission, which should have come in 1929, came in 1927 to check the working of the Act of 1919 itself, and this is going to lead to a major push to the Indian national movement from 1927 onwards. Then will come the Nehru Report, 14 points of Jinnah, and then Irwin's Declaration, Delhi Manifesto, which will in turn lead to Purna Swaraj Resolution by 1929. Okay. Simple question. I think this should not be something difficult to understand. Okay. The demand of the Tebhaga peasant movement in Bengal was for reduction of the share of landlords from 1/2 of the crop to 1/3, the grant of ownership of land to peasants as they were the actual cultivators of land, the uprooting of zamindari system and the end of serfdom, writing off all the peasant debts. So again, fairly easy question. The answer to this question is in the question itself. The answer to this question is given in the question itself, which is, it is in the option, in the statement itself, the answer is given. Tebhaga movement, A. Tebhaga, the name itself tells you 1/3. 1/3. The peasants wanted 2/3, leaving 1/3 to the landlord. So this is called logical reading the question, getting the answer question itself. Very easy. Not something out of the box, not something very difficult to understand also. Simple. Nothing out of the box. Okay. This is again a freebie question when UPSC again was not on steroids. The Radcliffe Committee was appointed to solve the problem of minorities in India, give effect to the Independence Bill, delimit the boundaries between India and Pakistan, inquire into the riots in East Bengal. Simple. Not even need to discuss. Radcliffe Commission, Radcliffe Line, the whole mess which they created between India and Pakistan was because of this. The Mountbatten Plan, 3rd June Plan had this provision in it that Radcliffe is going to come, who had never even come to India, and thereafter he's going to make the two lines which will divide East Pakistan, West Pakistan with India. Simple, straightforward question. Again, not something out of the box. Okay. This is again very simple, straightforward question. The Gadar was a revolutionary association of Indians with headquarters in San Francisco, nationalist organization operating from Singapore, militant organization with headquarters in Berlin, communist movement for India's freedom with headquarters at Tashkent. Again, this is something which I discussed this morning itself. This just 9 to 10 hours before we've discussed this. Simple answer. As soon as it says San Francisco, Gadar ki Goonj, the Gadar newspaper was published out of San Francisco, Canada and USA being the most important epicenter. 1913 to 1915 is its operation. They will operate. They had the Angrezi Raj ka Kacha Chittha being very important expose which is given in the front of this newspaper. Nothing to do with Singapore, nothing to do with Berlin or Tashkent. Further, you should know Komagata Maro incident, which will in turn make it supercharged. And by 1915, Defense of India Act, they will destroy, the British will destroy the Gadar movement itself. Simple, straightforward question. Not again something out of the box in that regard. Great. So you can see the questions in this period is very easy. Fairly easy questions. These are questions which we should pray should come again. Again, a freebie question of 2014. The 1929 session of Indian National Congress is of significance in history of the freedom movement because the attainment of self-government was declared as the objective of the Congress. Attainment of Purna Swaraj was adopted as the goal of the Congress. Non-cooperation movement was launched. Decision to participate in the Round Table Conference in London was taken. Very simple, straightforward question again. Simple. Again, in your life, throughout school, somewhere or the other, you must have known that Purna Swaraj resolution, complete independence, Lahore session, Jawaharlal Nehru, simple, flag hoisted for the first time properly, and 26th January 1930 is going to be declared as Independence Day. Something I previously discussed in a video also, which is why 26th January is such an important date for us. So, attainment of Purna Swaraj resolution. You should also know one thing, and here I am going to give you a little bit of context. Just pay attention. The context for Purna Swaraj resolution is important. Why? Because Irwin declares dominion status. The Simon Commission report had come. The Simon Commission had come through. Binkerhead's challenge is going to come through. Nehru report is going to say we want dominion. Irwin will say we want dominion. Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose will say when did we accept dominion? This will in turn lead to the Delhi Manifesto, where Irwin will be told if you want to give us dominion, give it right now. Based on that fallout, now Gandhi will allow Jawaharlal Nehru and Bose to change the target of the INC itself. The conservative faction of the INC will be removed in 1929, and now Bose and Nehru will become very important, the son not the father, and thereafter complete independence will become the most important goal of the Indian National Congress, which will in turn lead to the 11-point ultimatum and then in turn leads to the CDM. So you should know this whole series from the 1929, from 1927 Simon Commission, 1928 Nehru Report, 1929 build-up, which is October, November, December. October we have the Irwin Declaration, the Pavli Declaration. November is the Delhi Manifesto, and December is the today what is called as Purna Swaraj Resolution Lahore session. So this sequence is a very important sequence. Micro timelines, sometimes very, very important. Simple. Okay. Now, this is again something we discussed this morning, and I want everybody to answer it correctly. The partition of Bengal made by Lord Curzon in 1905 lasted until the First World War, when the troops were needed by the British and partition was ended. George V abrogated the Curzon's Act at the Royal Darbar in Delhi in 1911. Gandhiji launched his civil disobedience movement, the partition of India in 1947, when East Bengal became East Pakistan. Simple. Again, I hope all of you who are with me in class today, you can understand that the questions are on the same lines. So, B, Delhi Darbar, shift of capital from Calcutta to Delhi, that in turn led to a Darbar which was to in a way celebrate this grandeur. 1911, what will happen is they will remove the partition of Bengal, but Bihar and Orissa will be removed out of Bengal itself, and Bengal will become more homogeneous with the northeastern sector and Bengal sector itself, and Bihar and Orissa removed. This will in turn lead to Sachin Sanyal and Ras Bihari Bose to come up with a very interesting idea. Why not kill the Viceroy itself to send the right message to the British? No point killing these small chutmut officers. Let's kill the Viceroy, which will in turn lead to 1912 Delhi conspiracy case, in which Harding will survive, but was a very big thing in British history itself. So again, fairly easy question if you have an understanding of what is called as the revolutionary activities phase 1. Okay, we all are on the same page as of right now. Everybody is on the same page with me. Everything is making sense. I hope you're understanding why this session is important generally, because I'm revising with you also, and you're understanding how to read the questions also, right? Okay, great. Which one of the following movement has contributed to a split in the Indian National Congress, resulting in the emergence of moderates and extremists? Swadeshi, Quit India, non-cooperation, civil disobedience. Now, Upadhyay, if you have to give the examination in 2025, now it's not the time to pick up that book. So pray to God that UPSC gives you questions like this 10 years on. Swadeshi movement is obviously the answer. Swadeshi leads to Surat split, which is moderates versus extremists. Quit India is 1942. This is 1907. Thereafter, non-cooperation is 1920-22, and civil disobedience is 1930-31. By just knowing the timeline, you will automatically get the answer, even if you don't know that it was Swadeshi and Curzon's idea which in turn led to this. Simple, straightforward concept, nothing out of the box. Okay. Now, UPSC, for the first time, introduced in 2015 the concept of statement-based questions, proper statement-based questions. With reference to the Revolt Satyagraha, which of the following is are correct? The Revolt Act was based on the recommendations of the Sedition Committee. In Revolt Satyagraha, Gandhiji tried to utilize the Home Rule League movement. Demonstrations against the arrival of Simon Commission coincided with Revolt Satyagraha. Simple. Perfect, Suryansh. Then sorted. Don't have to worry. Now is not the time to pick up new books. At least not Spectrum. Very bulky book that was. For anybody who's 2025, this is the point of consolidation. This is where you consolidate, that you don't pick up new books. Not the time. Okay, come on. BBBBC, BBB. Okay. Now, again, this question can be solved by a basic timeline. Revolt Satyagraha is 1919, 1920 maximum, 1919 basically. Jallianwala Bagh will end it. Simon Commission is 1927. I just discussed that. So, this goes out of the picture. Two options automatically gone. Revolt was based on Sedition Committee. Yes, that is why Sydney Revolt was there. Correct? Did Gandhi destroy the Home Rule League movement via the Revolt Satyagraha? Yes. So the answer becomes B. The reason why Home Rule League actually fizzed out after 1919-20 was because Home Rule League movement personalities and members are going to actively help Gandhi in Revolt Satyagraha. And thereafter, once Gandhi comes through, the Home Rule League movement will automatically fizz out. More or less, it will become irrelevant because Gandhi himself was so charismatic that there was no need for Besant, and Tilak was in a way absorbed back into the INC fold after the Lucknow Pact. So therefore, the Home Rule League movement will be, in a way, the base itself will be destroyed because of the Rowlatt Satyagraha. Right? Okay. I hope you know this. This is basic, again, basic how he used the Rowlatt Satyagraha. Now, again, something which we just recently discussed. Who of the following were economic critics of colonialism in India? Dadabhai Naroji, G.S. Iyer, R.C. Dutt. Second point explained. Again, Ram, I was explaining that only. Gandhi will come back in 1915. 1916, he is going to travel India. Once he is going to launch an all India level movement in 1919. Home Rule League movement started in 1916 onwards. Together, it will converge. Gandhi is going to use the Home Rule League movement base to then launch Rowlatt. Okay. D, very simple. All of them are called economic nationalists. So they are all called economic nationalists. Again, a very simple list along with M.G. Ranade and Surendranath Banerjee. Something very straightforward, nothing out of the box. So D is the answer. Now this is a tricky question, but if you know your socialism, you would know what is the answer. Kanaya, how much time do you have? With reference to Congress Socialist Party, consider the following. It advocated a boycott of British goods and evasion of taxes. It wanted to establish dictatorship of the proletariat. It advocated a separate electorate for minorities and opposed classes. What is the correct answer to this question? If you know basic understanding of what actually socialism means in the Indian context, something which I will be teaching a lot of you very soon, you will understand that this is a very straightforward question. Then you should refer to Spectrum Kanaya. There is no doubt you should refer to that. Sweetie says B, and most of you are giving the right answer, which is none. Again, logically you can come to the answer. See, for example, Jayaprakash Narayan, very important personality. Acharya Narendra Dev, very, very important personalities. They are all part of what is called the CSP, the Congress Socialist Party. The INC had a left and a right both. So they were part of the Congress left, and then they will become a separate party altogether. Now, in Indian context, now pay attention. I'm trying to revise with you. In the Indian context, socialism did not mean the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is what Marx had argued. The workers of the world will unite and in turn will lead to a proletariat revolution. That is not the meaning of socialism in the Indian context. It is more the Fabian type of socialism which we actually talk about, which is slow change through democratic means, and freedom from all forms of exploitation is the definition of what Bhagat Singh called socialism, what the HSRA called as socialism, or what even the CSP called as socialism. Freedom is incomplete if it does not entail having freedom from all forms of exploitation. And therefore, this option automatically is removed because there is no concept of dictatorship of the proletariat. Then nobody is going to talk about money laundering and tax evasion at the time of the Congress Socialist Party. So this is also incorrect. That is basically illegal activity which they were saying. That is not possible. Then advocated separate electorates for minorities. This is again something which the Muslim League would argue rather than the CSP. The CSP or the Congress Socialists were against the use of religion as a mobilizing factor. And that is where this is also incorrect. For some of you, it would be difficult to understand if you have not done the whole course itself. But the way socialism was projected in the pre-colonial period, or rather in the pre-independence period in that regard, in the colonial period itself, after 1917, is not the brand of socialism we see in Europe or in Russian Revolution. So the idea was very simple, that we are going to use socialism as a mobilizer against zamindari classes, against the capitalist classes, against the what we today call as the oppressive money lenders. So therefore, the answer becomes D. I hope you understand this point. Why Congress Socialist Party would not endorse any of these three. Again, knowing this could be very difficult. But you should be able to use your logic to come to the answer here. You should be able to use your logic. If you have basic understanding of modern India, you will automatically come to this conclusion. Okay, socialism in India means this. All of these three are contrary to that understanding. Right? Okay. Don't see, Jayaprakash Narayanan used the concept called Gandhian socialism. But actually, Gandhi's idea and socialism are very different to one another. He is the one who will bring together these ideas. But in most cases, Gandhian ideas of Ram Rajya or Gandhian understanding of rural countryside village self-sufficiency and the socialist ideas of the dictatorship are very, very different. Marx and Gandhi have certain intersections but are very, very different in that sense. Evasion of taxes means you don't pay any taxes. Okay. The Government of India Act 1919 clearly defined the separation of powers between the judiciary and the legislature, the jurisdiction of the central and provincial governments, the powers of the Secretary of State of India and the Viceroy, none of the above. Again, fairly easy question if you know what is Government of India Act 1990. Very straightforward question. Come on, come on. Okay, very good. B. See, Government of India Act 1919 is the first time the concept of lists is introduced in India. For the first time, the concept of an imperial or central list and a provincial list is introduced. Now, why was this necessary? There's a logic to it. If you want to introduce hierarchy, which is the concept of reserved and transferred subjects, you cannot introduce hierarchy without defining the legislative jurisdiction of the central and provincial government. Don't use the word dual government. Dual government refers to the government which existed between 1765 and 1772 in Bengal, which is Diwani, Reza Khan, Clive and Reza Khan. That is called dual government. This is called very specifically hierarchy. Hierarchy is the division of legislative power first between the center and the provinces, then in the provinces between the legislative and the executive council. So this is a question which basically is checking if you know the provision. It's not even about the provision. It's about, do you know what that provision actually means? So legislative jurisdiction concept itself comes through the concept of Government of India Act 1919. So you should be able to come through. BOC and COD is not called dual government. Dual government refers to the Nawab Mir Jafar sitting, Reza Khan having Nazim's power, and Clive becoming what is called as the Diwan of Bengal along with Governor of Bengal. This is called dual government. The duality of government in Bengal. BOC, COD have nothing to do with this. That is called dual control. Hierarchy is something very specific which is introduced in 1919 based on the concept of bicameralism plus the concept of what we today call as the legislative jurisdiction concept. Don't confuse these two things together. I have a session on this channel itself on the difference between hierarchy and dual government. Pay attention to that. I'll push the link into the Telegram group. Do watch that. You should know the differences between these two terminologies. A lot of different literature, channels, personalities use these words interchangeably, but they should not be used interchangeably. They have to be qualified in what they mean. Right? Okay. Moving on. Very simple question again. Who of the following organized a march on the Tanjore coast to break the salt law in April of 1930? V.O. Chidambaram Pillai, C. Rajagopalachari, K. Kamaraj, Annie Besant. Difference between the two terms, Aman, I explained. Dual government is Reza Khan Diwani, diarchy is legislative jurisdiction, and then reserved and transfer subject. Very simple, very good, very good. B. We have Gandhi, Dandi March. We have then 3 replications, one on Orissa coast, one on the Thanjore coast, and then another one on the Malabar coast. And out of that, C. Rajagopalachari was on the Thanjore coast, K. Kalrappan was on the Malabar coast, and we have Gopal Chaudhary, who is going to do it on the Orissa coast. So therefore, this one. You can also eliminate. Annie Besant has nothing to do with this. K. Kamraj is the part of the syndicate against Indira Gandhi, and V.O. Chidambaram Pillai again is not related to the salt satyagrah or the CDM itself. So yes, simple straightforward question. This is called a factual question which can be managed. It's a low blow by UPSC little bit. 2015 they gave a lot of good questions. They wanted to check Malabar coast, Kerala. So very simply they wanted to check if you know this small fact or not. Something which we discuss very standard in the features of CDM, but you can expect this type of question, nothing out of the box in that regard. Okay. Now, UPSC is going to check a very standard straightforward concept, which is, consider the following statements. The first woman president of the Indian National Congress was Sarojini Naidu. The first Muslim president of the Indian National Congress was Badruddin Taibji. What is the answer to this question? Come on, come on, come on. I hope you're finding this useful, the definitions, the discussions we're having around the questions, because that is what is extremely important. Okay, the answer here is obviously B. This is all based on one concept. If it says first woman president, it will be Annie Besant. It will be Annie Besant. If it says first Indian woman president, then it is Sarojini Naidu. So yes, first Muslim president is Badruddin Taibji, that is fine. The answer, this one you have to remember, very standard thing which you will read in school books also. First woman president is Annie Besant. The first Indian woman president is Sarojini Naidu. So you have to see what is qualified in front of the word itself. The word before it is going to matter. Okay. Again, very easy question, extremely easy question. 2016. The Swadeshi and boycott was adopted as a method of struggle for the first time during agitation against the partition of Bengal, Home Rule League movement, non-cooperation movement, visit of Simon Commission. First European is Annie Besant only. Na? Annie Besant is a European, right? Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Ajanta, no, you should know this very easy question. If you are getting confused between C and A, then you are basically not knowing the timeline. The answer is A. Swadeshi boycott. This movement itself is called Swadeshi movement. It's called Swadeshi movement. And thereafter, non-cooperation movement is 1920-22. This is 1904, 5 and 6. So the answer becomes A. So if you are clicking on C or you're ticking C, then you don't know the timeline. Boycott was one of the most important features of non-cooperation also, but it is partition of Bengal, which for the first time, the word first is given. If it was not first, then this question would have been dropped, because then there would be two answers. Swadeshi and boycott was adopted as a method for which of the following? Then non-cooperation would not be an option, because then there are two options with the correct answer. Right? Again, reading the question is important. Again, freebie question, 2016. The Montagu-Chelmsford proposals were related to social reform, educational reform, police reform, or constitutional reform. This is where UPSC basically said, take it. Tum bhi ध्यान रखो, take it. Simple, straightforward. No complicated question here itself. I'm not asking you the provision. I'm not asking you the year. I'm not asking you anything. Do you know where this Montagu-Chelmsford proposal fall in? Rahul, you're giving the wrong date. You're mixing it up with Morley-Minto reforms. 1919, not 1909. Montagu-Chelmsford proposal is a constitutional reform. We just discussed 1919 Government of India Act. That is called Montagu-Chelmsford. 1909 is called Morley-Minto. So nothing to be social reform, nothing. This is called a question. If you're getting this incorrect, then blunder. Blunder beyond exception. Because these are things which are given in the contents page of the book itself. Not even have to go inside. So manifest that this comes in the examination, sure. But very easy question. You should not be getting these things incorrect. If you are, fundamentals need to be checked. You have to, in a way, work on that for sure. Okay. Again, UPSC's very favorite topic. What was the main reason for the split in the Indian National Congress at Surat in 1907? Communalism in the Indian politics by Minto, extremist lack of faith in the capacity of the moderates, foundation of Muslim League, Aurobindo Ghosh's inability to get elected as the president of Indian National Congress. Again, fairly easy question, very, very simple question that was. Yes, come on. Repeated thematic, very good point. Moderates, extremists split up over extremists, no faith in moderate. The shoe is going to be hurled on Firozshah Mehta and Surendranath Banerjee, which will lead to the Surat split itself. Very simple question, but you can see the Swadeshi movement timeline has again come through. UPSC's again used that area again. So Tilak was not allowed to preside over this session because they had changed the location from Nagpur to Surat at the last point, the last moment itself. That is why the whole concept came through. Yesterday's class, we discussed this concept. Why did the Surat split happen and why was the Nagpur session moved to Surat session? Because of the tradition that the president cannot be from the same presidency in that regard. So Nagpur, central province at that point of time, Tilak would have been eligible. Surat becomes Bombay presidency, Tilak's home, you can say, presidency. So therefore he becomes ineligible. 1600 different people will come together in a room, hurl chairs and destroy the whole, you can say, unity within the INC itself. Okay. The plan of Sir Stanford Cripps envisaged that after the Second World War, India would be granted complete independence. India should be partitioned into two before giving independence. India should be made a republic with the condition that she will join the Commonwealth. India should be given dominion status. Again, simple, not something very difficult. They were never going to make us a republic. Should be partitioned. This is not the Cripps mission. This is going to be Mountbatten plan. So this is also incorrect. Complete independence was never accepted. The British never gave us complete independence also. They created two dominions. Therefore, the answer becomes dominion status. Becomes dominion status. That was the cry from Irwin's time from 1929 till 1947. They will keep on irritating the INC over this concept that you said dominion status in Nehru report, now you take dominion status. Dominion status means partial independence, which is the crown still remains the connecting link between the colony and the metropole. Now, if this question had said August offer, if it had said August offer, now I'm revising with you, if it says August offer, and if it had said dominion here, then the answer would have been C. Because the difference between August offer and Cripps mission is this only. August offer gave us the chance to become a dominion within the Commonwealth, no option to leave the Commonwealth. Cripps then revises this concept to say we will give you dominion with the option to leave the Commonwealth. The same way India was given independence in 1947 through the Indian Independence Act, creating two dominions with the option to leave the concept of what we today call as the Dominion and or the Commonwealth. Commonwealth is a sanitized version or word for empire. Waival plan has no provision like this. Waival plan is 5+5+5 model, which is 5 Hindu, 5 Muslim, 5 minority model. Jinnah will walk out, Waival plan is going to be dissolved. So yes, Ajanta, the same way we got independence, the exact same way Cripps, it is basically Cripps mission's idea, which was also in a way absorbed by the cabinet mission, which in turn led to something like this to happen, right? Okay. Now this question everybody should get correct. Very simple question. First chronology questions out of all these different questions. That too they're not asking you the years. With reference to Indian freedom struggle, consider the following events. RIN mutiny, Quit India movement, Second Roundtable Conference. What is the right chronological order? Right chronological order. C. Very simple. Okay, very good. 1931, 1942, 1946. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Very simple. I'll make it a little bit more elaborate for you. 1940, August offer. 1941, individual satyagrah. 1942, Cripps mission, Quit India. Thereafter, 1945, Waival plan. 1946, February RIN mutiny. Thereafter, cabinet mission. 1947, you will have Attlee's declaration. Then Mountbatten will come to India. Thereafter, from Mountbatten, you will have the Ismay or Dickey-Bird plan. And last is going to be the 3rd June plan. And then the Indian Independence Act. And 15th August, we get independence. One timeline which I have removed from this is the timeline of the INA. INA timeline will go back into 1940, 40, 41, 42, 43 till 45. From Mohan Singh forming the Indian National Army to Bangkok Conference and what is called as the Indian Independence League, to Bose joining the INA, to what is called as the Imphal campaign. So very simply, this is the two timelines which happened together. This Desai Liaquat Pact is 1944, and we have C. Rajagopalachari formula, same 1944-45 period. RIN mutiny is nothing but when the HMIS Talwar is going to go on mutiny because of the bad food. Indonesian expedition. One rating is going to write Quit India on the walls of the ship itself, and because of the harsh treatment and prosecution of a rating, basically the RIN mutiny is going to happen. Starts in Bombay. Thereafter, it is going to spread across the whole of the military itself. RIN mutiny is considered to be the point where basically the British had lost faith in its own military itself. 1945, we have INA trials also. After Waival. Waival is going to be May, June. INA trials November in that regard. Yes, sorted everyone. Again, trying to do something more than just the question, because I want you to revise with me in this session itself basic concepts, right? Okay, let's move on to the next question. This is a difficult one, but again, if you know your pre-INC associations and everything, you will be able to solve it. But this is called a quiz question. It's called a quiz question. If you leave it, you have shown a lot of restraint. Radhakant Deb, the first president of the British India Association. You have G.L. Shetty, founder of the Madras Mahajan Sabha. Surendra Banerjee, founder of the Indian Association, which is correctly matched. This again, I've recently discussed with some of you. If you remember, I've just recently discussed with you 2 days back, which is we've discussed British India Association. We discussed Madras Mahajan Sabha also. And we discussed Indian National Association also, which is called Indian Association in small, INA at that point of time, Surendranath Banerjee. Okay. Here, the one which is incorrectly matched is second one. Here the answer is B, 1 and 3. Yes, Radhakant Dev was the first president of the British India Association. Devendranath Tagore is going to be the secretary at that point of time. Surendranath Banerjee is, yes, the founder of the India Association. A.N. Bose, what is called as Anand Mohan Bose, is going to be also a member of this body. But Madras Mahajan Sabha, you should be looking out for 3 names. Either it has to be P. Anandacharlu, or it has to be Ramaswamy, or it has to be Vigramachari. So neither of these names is given. Therefore, you have this as incorrect. This is a very difficult question. This is, I think, of the whole set. After that KC Sen question, this one is the difficult one. But you can see out of 43, only 2 have turned out to be pure quiz questions. So you can understand the percentage is extremely low. But as a student, if you are going to chase this question, then you are going in the wrong direction. Because you are then trying to do the most difficult questions rather than getting the right questions correct. Leaving one is not going to kill you, but chasing this question will be pure suicide. Because if you are going to start to learn every president, every secretary, every president, every secretary, then your space to learn history is going to become as it is too messy. Right? Okay. Come on. Easy question. UPSC came back to its senses in 2018. Which one of the following is a very significant aspect of Champaran Satyagraha? Active all India participation of lawyers, students and women in national movement. Active involvement of Dalit and tribal communities in India in the national movement itself. Joining of peasant unrest to India's national movement. Drastic decrease in cultivation of plantation crops and commercial crops. This is again a difficult question if you don't know the basics. If you don't know the basics, then it is a difficult question. C. It's not all India participation. Some of you had given D also. Not sure. C sure. D, C, D, DC, AB. Listen to me. See, Champaran everybody knows, indigo. Now, why is D incorrect? Why is D incorrect? Drastic. Just Champaran cannot lead to the plantation crops and commercial crops going out of the picture. This is called an extreme word. If they had said decrease in cultivation of plantation crops and commercial crops, it could still have been the option. But sometimes in UPSC you have to look at the more right option, which is peasant joining the Indian national movement, because Gandhi had now shown to the peasant that passive resistance Satyagraha works. Active involvement of Dalit and tribal communities, nothing to do with this movement. Active involvement of lawyers, students and women. Again, either NCM or CDM could have this feature, not Champaran. Champaran is a specific movement, micro movement, which Gandhi gets involved into to show that Satyagraha works. So it had to be B, C or D. But D is incorrect because of an extreme word which is given in front of it. So I hope you understand that why is D incorrect. Sometimes knowing the wrong answer is equally important. Right? Moving on. This is called a quiz question. Pure quiz question. Nobody in their sane mind can remember this. And I really don't want you to also remember this. Who are the founders of Hindu Mazdoor Sabha established in 1948? I even take the names. It will be pure gibberish to you. Now, this is where I said you should thank UPSC for Satyashodak Samaj. You should thank UPSC. Oh, UPSC, you are great to give me organizations which I understand. Because when it comes to you, you can also do something like this. And the answer here is very simply Ashok Mehta, Ramanujam and Mehta. There is no way to know this answer. There is no way, there's no trick, there's nothing. Either you know it or you don't know it, just skip it. Skip. This is not going to be your end of life, or this is not the question which is going to cross. This is a question where you will get a negative for sure. Negative for sure. And I'll be very candid in saying this. If even I sit in the examination, I would have to Google this. I would have to Google this. Because something like this to be remembered is not possible. Until unless you have been very fascinated by Hindu Mazdoor Sabha, you read on it, that too, why will you read after independence 1948? I'll be very, very clear in saying this. I'm not going to, I have this principle. If I can't do it, I will not expect you to do it. If this question came in the examination, there is nobody, if any teacher claims that I would have done this in the first go itself, then either he or she knows the paper. Because these type of questions cannot be managed. The problem was further that it was not in the news also. Randomly UPSC said, let's see how I can trouble the student. Randomly, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whichever organization they kept their hand on, they picked it up. So don't have to worry about these type of questions. I hope you understand that. I hope. And it was though given in the current affairs, but nobody cared about it. Nobody cared. Right. So this is where I'm trying to tell you something, which is don't be disheartened by these questions. But this is not history. This is where you have to understand out of the 60-65 questions which we are reaching now, out of these 45, 3 have turned out to be this, which is a minuscule amount. 3 is nothing with regards to the volume of questions we've done. You would expect this to be the other way around, because students think history is all about facts. No, it is about application of knowledge, right? Okay. This is again easy question if you know the personality, not an obscure personality. He wrote the biographies of Mazzini, Garibaldi, Shivaji, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Sri Krishna, stayed in America for some time and was elected to Central Assembly. He was Aurobindo Ghosh, Bipin Chandra Pal, Lala Lajpat Rai, Motilal Nehru. Now again, this is a difficult question. This is a difficult question because I don't know 2018 what UPSC had, either they had consumed something which made them make these type of questions. The answer here is very simply Lala Lajpat Rai. Lala Lajpat Rai. Lala Lajpat Rai is the one who wrote on Mazzini, Garibaldi, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Sri Krishna. And he also was a member of the Central Legislative Assembly. He was also stayed in America under the concept of little bit of the Gadar connection that way. So Lala Lajpat Rai, if you know this, okay. Given as see, Lala Lajpat Rai is known. His biography and his ideas are also known through the press and journal section. So it's okay. It's okay. I will not say that UPSC was very harsh on you, but not something which UPSC should have done. The level of questions were different at this point of time, but they played with this idea too much. Now comes 2019 and UPSC is back to its own senses, but with a very difficult question. With reference to British colonial rule in India, consider the following statements. Mahatma Gandhi was instrumental in abolition of the system of indentured labor. In Lord Chelmsford's war conference, Gandhi did not support the resolution for recruiting Indians for the World War. Consequent upon breaking of salt law by the Indian people, the Indian National Congress was declared illegal by the colonial rulers. This is difficult because it is referring to 3 to 4 different timelines. Not because these are very difficult facts, but because 3 different timelines have been put together into one question. What is the answer to this question? B, 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 A. See, answer is B. Let's try to understand why. One of the easiest out of this statement is the third one. After CDM, was launched and Salt Satyagraha and Dandi March happened. As soon as Dandi March happened, INC was declared illegal organization. So therefore, this is correct. Mahatma Gandhi was instrumental in abolition of indentured labor. Yes, because of his South African experience, the concept of coolie system is going to be something which will be therefore abolished by the South African General Smut, as he was called. But here actually what you should know is not the first and the third statement, because if you know that second statement is incorrect, you can get the answer through elimination. And why is the second statement easy to decode? Because UPSC played a game here. Rather than saying that they told you which war it was, they gave you the reference of Chelmsford. There were 2 times war cabinet and war conference was created. Chelmsford and Linlithgow. Chelmsford means First World War. Linlithgow means Second World War. In the First World War, Mahatma Gandhi did support the resolution. And if you know anything about Gandhi, and his tussle with Bose, you would realize one thing: in both the wars, he wanted to give unconditional support. That was where Jawaharlal Nehru is going to step up, Bose will be expelled, and Gandhi will lose his mind. Because Gandhi said, in front of Hitler, I don't want to embarrass the British. So, therefore, unconditional support I want to give to the British. And that is what he did in the First World War also. He wanted to do in the Second World War also. So, this statement is incorrect because Gandhi always thought that in the war effort, India should support the British because British represent democracy. This is where Jawaharlal Nehru said that British cannot fight the Second World War for democracy whilst denying the democracy to India itself. So this one needs a little bit of knowledge of Gandhi and his ideology and his conduct, which I discuss in class. Maybe you will not pick it up from Spectrum or from any other book. You should be able to analyze how this statement fits with Gandhi's approach towards the British. That is where you should be able to decode his character. So again, tricky question. UPSC has now gone into that zone where the statements themselves have a whole history around. Now UPSC is on steroids. It is now making the question paper more and more difficult after giving the questions such as straightforward Montagu Chelmsford reforms. What is it? So very simply, this question shows you the changing nature of the questions. Right? Can we move to the next question? 47 clear, everybody? Yes, sir. Very good. Now, 2019, simple question because known personalities. All India Anti-Untouchability League, Mahatma Gandhi. All India Kisan Sabha, Swami Sahadanand Saraswati. Self-Respect Movement, E.B. Ramaswamy Naikar. You will say, sir, why are you calling it simple? I will tell you why, because look at the options very clearly. Look at the options and you will realize that the answer is in the options. Sometimes UPSC does this also. It does this also, which is, it gives you the answer in the question itself. See, everybody knows self-respect movement, Periyar. So 3 has to be there in the option. Again, when you will do Harijan campaign of Gandhi, you would know that he was also the Anti-Untouchability League founder. So this is also clear. Now what UPSC did as a good thing for you, there is no option 1 and 3. There is no option 1 and 3. When there is no option 1 and 3, then it has to be 1, 2 and 3. If they had given 1 and 3, then it would have confused you. Yes, Swami Sadanand Saraswati was the one who formed All India Kisan Sabha. UPSC, as I said, takes from one hand, gives you from the other. Sometimes. So logic prevailed if you are able to understand that logic. But because a lot of times what you would have noticed this when you were giving the mock test itself, or mock tests if you have given, sometimes the answer which you come up with is not there in the option itself. That is the most problematic aspect. That you came up with the answer, option is not there. That is why sometimes it is good to see the options also. That is my understanding going in the right direction? Because a lot of students, they come up with the answer and if you came up with 1 and 3 and then you look down, there's no 1 and 3. Then you automatically come to the conclusion that it has to be 1, 2 and 3. So this is something which you will learn about you when you will practice more and more questions. Okay. Swadeshi again getting repeated, but in a different context. With reference to Swadeshi movement, consider the following statements. It contributed to the revival of indigenous artisan crafts and industries. The National Council for Education was established as part of Swadeshi movement. Very easy. Yes, it is, but the percentage would be 10% of all questions. This fairly easy question, which is both 1 and 2. Payal, that was the right person. Did Swadeshi movement, this is called an implied question or application question. What do I mean by that? Swadeshi movement led to revivalism of indigenous artisan and craft. Yes, that is the whole point of Swadeshi. Was National Council of Education established? Something we discussed just day before yesterday. Yes. Both of them are correct. Simple. Okay. Now, this is an interesting one. If you've seen the video which I've done on Gandhi and Bhagat Singh recently, you'll give the answer to this question correctly, or if you've been in my class. The Gandhi-Irwin Pact included which of the following? Invitation to Congress to participate in the Roundtable Conference, withdrawal of ordinances promulgated in connection with civil disobedience movement, acceptance of Gandhiji's suggestion for inquiry into police excesses, release of only those prisoners who were not charged with violence. What is the answer to this question? Come on. Give me the answer to this question. Yes, very good. B. In the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, 2 demands were not accepted by Irwin. 8 demands were accepted by Irwin. Release of all people who was not charged for violence. 80,000 satyagrahis were released. Yes, Gandhi agreed to go to the Roundtable Conference as the sole representative of the Congress itself. Yes, ordinances related to civil disobedience movement was withdrawn back. However, he did not accept the inquiry into police excesses, and in books it says Gandhi's request for commutation of the death sentence of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. But we now know it is the request for suspension of the execution, which is just defer it a little bit. Simple, straightforward point is Gandhi talked about 2 controversial aspects which were purely rejected. So the third one was rejected by Irwin. He was never going to put an inquiry on himself. On himself, he was never going to do that. Right? Okay. Do we understand question number 50? Everybody's with me till this point, because last 15 we take a break. Yes? Okay. 2020. Question is difficult, but logical answer. With reference to the book Deshar Katha, written by S.G. Dishkar during the freedom struggle, consider the following statements. Question mostly left by students, rightly so. It warned against the colonial state's hypnotic conquest of the mind. It inspired the performance of Swadeshi street plays and folk songs. The use of Desh by Dishkar was in the specific context of the region of Bengal. Now here, if you use your logic, you will actually get the answer. Here the answer is A. Why? Desh does not mean Bengal. It means India. The idea of India was developing during the Swadeshi movement. So therefore, this is incorrect and you get the answer automatically. So very simply, it is implied. You would need to know. It is a question which looks easy outside the context of the examination. It will be very easy for me to say, easy question, you'd have got it. Not very difficult in the context of the examination. Very, very difficult in the context of the examination. So that was okay if you leave it. Now, in the context of Indian history, the Rakhmabai case of 1884 revolved around women's right to gain education, age of consent, restitution of conjugal rights. Again, easy question if you know your social reform movement. Now easy, in the context of the examination, difficult. A, B, B. Okay. See, Rakhmabai case actually does not deal with education in any way or form. If you know that, then you will automatically come to B. The Rakhmabai case was about age of consent and the fight between a husband and a wife to restore the conjugal rights, where the husband wanted her to come back to the household. And she said that I will not, because I was married as a child. So therefore, it was about the age of consent. It was in the news in 2020, yes, and was very well covered also in that regard. But a lot of students were, in a way, they bouncer for them because they did not expect a question like this. So if you again use your basic understanding of social reform movement, women's right to education, there's nothing called Rakhmabai case itself. Given in basic books, again ignored fact. Ignored fact. That was. Then UPSC made up for their, you can say, difficult questions in 2021 by asking this question, which is, in the context of colonial India, Shah Nawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sehgal and G.S. Dhillon are remembered as. Fairly easy question that was. 2021 UPSC came back to its senses, which is Swadeshi, boycott movement, interim government, members of drafting committee. They were all the INA officers who were tried in the INA trials. Fairly easy question again, because these are very known personalities. Okay. Who among the following associated with Songs from Prison, a translation of ancient Indian religious lyrics in English? If you are going to read this question closely, you will automatically get the answer. Because out of Tilak, Nehru, Gandhi and Naidu, there is only one person who would do it. One person who would do it, something like this. And the answer to this question is Gandhi. Gandhi is the only person who would ever go to the ancient scriptures, and he was in the jail for a very long time also, that he would then translate something like this. Tilak would never use this type of imagery. He would rather use the Shivaji festival or the Ganpati festival. Nehru, again, progressive that ways, would never go to ancient scriptures. Sarojini Naidu, again, not that type of personality. It is only Gandhi who would basically use this idiom of religion to then mobilize people. So again, based on the analysis of Gandhi's character, can give you the answer. Okay. This is again very easy question which came in 2021. Very easy question. With reference to 8th August 1942, in Indian history, which of the following statements is correct? That is called a quiz question only, in a way, Ram. Quit India resolution adopted by AICC, Executive Council Viceroy's expansion, Congress ministries resigned, Cripps proposal on Indian Union with full dominion status once the Second World War was over. This is again a very easy question. 8th August 1942, Quit India resolution will be taken. 9th August, everybody is going to get arrested because Lilithgo was not in the mood to fiddle with the INC's idea of a movement at that given point of time. This is called a free question. Recently also has come through. Fairly easy question, fairly straightforward question. Not something out of the box that way. 2021, again, interesting question based on applied knowledge. Not a difficult question. If your conceptual clarity is there, you will get this question for sure. I'll give you time to answer here also. Consider the following statements. The Montague Chelmsford reforms of 1919 recommended granting voting rights to all women above the age of 21. The Government of India Act 1935 gave women's reserved seats in legislature. What is the answer to this question? Very easy question that was. Come on, come on. Answer to this question. Once we are done with this set, we will take a break. In and around the next 9 questions would take us 10-15 minutes. B. Some of you are saying C. Here answer is B. Totally correct. Here all is an extreme statement. The British were never going to give anything to all. Second, this question revolves around the idea that do you know that separate electorate means reserved seat separate electorate. Separate electorates was given to the women. But implied in that is that when you give separate electorates, reserved seats is implied into it. Because either it will be separate reserved seat joint electorate or reserved seat separate electorate. So this is where this is correct. The first question, the first statement is incorrect. Okay. Interesting question, 2022. With reference to the proposal of Cripps mission, consider the following statements. The Constituent Assembly would have members nominated by the Provincial Assembly as well as princely states. Any province which is not prepared to accept the new constitution would have the right to sign a separate agreement with the British or Britain regarding its future status. Come on. Okay. Most of you are till this point correct, which is B. Yes. B. When I will teach you Cripps mission or when you will read this through, there was a partition clause in the Cripps mission, which is if a province wanted to come out of the union at the time of giving dominion status, it would be given the right to sign a separate agreement. This is called the partition clause of the Cripps mission. This is incorrect because of a small detail. The Constituent Assembly would have members not nominated from the provincial assemblies. It would be proportional representation. Proportional representation and nominated from princely states. So nominated from princely states, proportional representation from provincial assembly. UPSC is now going into a zone where they want you to pay attention to every statement. If you are not going to pay attention, you will not get this question correct. This is not a difficult question in any way or form. In any way or form, it is not difficult. So, answer is B. This is again a fairly easy question because UPSC asked very known personalities. Consider the following freedom fighters. Birendra Kumar Ghosh, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, Rash Bihari Bose, who are actively associated with Ghadar Party. The students who are of my class, they would know we've discussed one of these personalities today. That should be good enough for you to eliminate. The answer is D. Birendra Kumar Ghosh is related to the Anushilan Samiti. Revolutionaries Phase 1. Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee is part of the HSRA. Revolutionaries Phase 2. Rash Bihari Bose, operating from Japan, was a very important member of the Ghadar Party. Lala Ardayal, Rashbihari Bose, and Sohan Singh Bhakhna. So here the answer is 3 only. UPSC has asked this question fairly good, in an easy way, because all of these names are known. All of these names are known. Not something out of the box, straightforward. Yes, now think like a Britisher, because you can never learn something like this. In the Government of India Act 1919, the functions of the provincial government were divided into reserved and transfer subjects. Which of the following were treated as reserved subjects? Administration of justice, local self-government, land revenue, police. Think like a Britisher. Come on. You will get the answer automatically. If you know what is reserved and transferred, you're automatically going to understand why thinking like a Britisher is important. Come on. Very good. Very good. Very good. The answer is 1, 3, and 4. Transfer subjects are useless subjects which the governor and the legislative council is going to legislate upon. Reserved subjects are important subjects of the provinces which the governor and the executive council is going to take a call on, which is purely and fully European. Therefore, justice, land revenue, and police, the government is going to never give it to the Indians who are dominating the legislative councils. So reserved subjects are all subjects which are important subjects. Local self-government, Panchayati Raj and all, they will give it to the legislative council which is dominated by Indians. But they would not give land revenue, administration of justice and police to the Indian element. Reserved and transferred, the idea was governor had reserved subjects, transferred. Governor had reserved subjects with his executive council and transfer subjects with his legislative council. Legislative council PLC was dominated by Indians, non-official majority was there. But in executive council, official majority, purely European it was. So all important subjects were moved into reserved and all useless subjects were moved into transferred. That is why I told you, if you understand colonialism and if you think like a Britisher, you will be able to come to this answer very easily. Fairly easily you will be able to come to this answer, that what is the way to decode this question. I hope you are getting the point of thinking like a Britisher. There is no way you can learn the legislative subjects from what is in reserved list and what is in transferred list. No way whatsoever. This question needs logic and understanding. If you are with me, last 5 and then we take a break. Come on. Everybody's on the same page with me? Yes, sir. Very good. Okay. The new type of question which UPSC gave and then never again gave also. 2022 question, statement based, assertion and reasoning type question. 7th August is declared as the National Handloom Day. It was in 1905 that Swadeshi movement was launched on the same day. What is the answer to this question? Very simply, A. Both the statements are correct and the second statement is explaining the first one. Now, a lot of my students get confused in this. How to know if A or B is correct or not? Understand this point. If cause is given here and effect is given here, then always A. If it is reversed, then it is B. If cause is given in 1 and effect is given in 2, then it will be B. If cause is given in 2 and effect is given in 1, it is going to be A. Remember this point. 7th August is Handloom Day. Why is the cause? Cause is because on the same day, the Swadeshi Bandhav Samiti was formed and Swadeshi movement was launched. So I hope you understand. Very subtle. You can use this as a thumb rule on how you come to the answer between A and B. Right? Okay. Now 2024 questions. Recent. because of some of these personalities being in the news, this came. This is pure current affairs based question. Consider the following pairs: Bharatiya Jana Sangh, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee; Socialist Party, C. Rajagopalachari; Congress for Democracy, Jagjeevan Ram; Acharya Narendra Dev, Swaraj Party or Swatantra Party. This is a current affairs question, but is difficult for one reason, and one reason only: this. The new drama of UPSC, which is only 1, only 2, only 3, elimination removed. If there was elimination option, it would have become easier. 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, something like that. Now here, 2 are correctly matched and 2 are not correctly matched. So the answer is B. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee and Bharatiya Jana Sangh, the precursor to the BJP, something which you can expect as a question. Then Congress for Democracy, Jagjeevan Ram, again correct. These 2 are reversed. Acharya Narendra Dev is Socialist Party and C. Rajagopalachari is Swatantra Party. So this is reversed. Out of this, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Jagjeevan Ram and Acharya Narendra Dev were in the news. So not something as a difficult question, because known personalities. Nobody out of this personality. You must have heard about all of these 4 somewhere. Rajaji, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Jagjeevan Ram, Acharya Narendra Dev. If you haven't, then you have to be a little bit more conscious of the current affairs which is happening in and around you. Right? This is again very easy question out of Lakshmikant and any standard given book of post-independence. Who was the provisional president of the Constituent Assembly before Rajendra Prasad took over? You do this in polity, you do this in post-independence, very straightforward question. Very simple, yes. Sajjadaran Sinha. This is a freebie question which came in 2024. For the first time, no, the second time post-independence question came, right? Not again something difficult. Now, there's a tendency. Sometimes you want to make the question so difficult that you yourself get confused. And this is a question which embodies that understanding. UPSC, some examiners sat down and said, I will make a beautiful question on Government of India Act 1935. Mast. Then he made it and he himself got confused, and the question is confusing itself. Because this question has 2 answers according to what is the way the examiner is thinking. Consider, with reference to Government of India Act 1935, consider the following statements. It provided for the establishment of All India Federation based on the union of the British provinces and princely states. Defense and foreign affairs were kept under the control of federal legislature. This is where they basically hit wicket. Bouncer came, they thought we will, most probably this question should get dropped until unless the examiner says, no, my understanding is correct. Why? Because there is a contradiction in this question. I'll tell you how. Right? Was All India Federation proposed under Government of India Act 1935? Yes. Correct. Perfect. All India Federation was proposed, not applied. So it provided for the establishment of All India Federation. That is totally correct. Because it provided, did not implement. Now it says defense and foreign affairs was kept under federal legislature. Now the problem is, there was one more thing which was proposed under Government of India Act 1935, which is hierarchy at the center. Now, if hierarchy at the provinces was removed and hierarchy at the center was actually proposed, then if hierarchy is correct, that is where I don't know what is the way the examiners thought of this statement of. If hierarchy was proposed and it was not applied, if he is presuming that it was not applied, then this statement is correct. That defense and foreign affairs would be with the CLA, which is the Central Legislative Assembly, and the Council of States, which is federal legislature, bicameral legislation. But if he is presuming that hierarchy was applied upon, then this statement is incorrect, because then diarchy would mean that these two key subjects would go to Viceroy and his Executive Council. Most probably the answer is A. But if somebody has answered C, it is still correct, because in the second statement, you are not telling me if diarchy proposed or applied. Though it was not, it was proposed and not applied, but that cannot be presumed. This is why UPSC has to qualify. The UPSC does this multiple times. It will do things where it will give you statements which make no sense altogether. I'll show you one more question. The next question is again an epitome of that understanding. In 2024, somebody was trying to play the hard game in such a way that they confuse themselves itself. But before I go to that, do you understand why why A and C both are the answer here? Can you give me that assertion? Yes, sir, we understand this much. That why A and C, we will know through the official answer key, which will come after the result is declared. What is the answer? Most probably it is going to be A. But do you understand why A and C is incorrect, are both correct in that regard? Because A is assertive, but C is vague. Or rather, second statement is vague. Right. Okay. Now, this is called a question where again UPSC did not know what it was doing. First point said All India Federation, where Chief Commissioner's area, Union of the provinces and the princely states come together. This was proposed, never used. That is why it says provided. Second one, it does not say that. Okay. Now, this is again a question which makes no sense whatsoever. See, it says, with reference to revenue collection by Cornwallis, consider the following statements. Under the Rayatwari settlement of revenue collection, the peasant was exempted from revenue payment in case of bad harvest or natural calamities. Under permanent settlement in Bengal, if the zamindar failed to pay his revenue to the state on and before the fixed date, he would be removed from zamindari. Now, they are playing a game, but again, here it says Cornwallis. Then it says Rayatwari here. This is correct for sure. But this automatically becomes incorrect. The first statement is correct in its own right. But it is not making any sense because Cornwallis is not associated with Rayatwari only. So UPSC again confused itself. If you are talking about Cornwallis, then both the statements should be about permanent settlement. Then why are you giving a Rayatwari statement? And then, so what actually happened was, examiner was caught in two minds. So I'll make a good question on Cornwallis. He wrote the first statement. Then he realized, the statement hi nahi. There are no more statements I can write. So he said, okay, let me add Rayatwari, but then he forgot to change the first statement. This statement was not changed. So maybe if it said with reference to land revenue settlements 1 and 2, then it would have been both correct. But rather what happened was he made this part, then forgot to change the second part or the first part. But UPSC is UPSC. They will say, no. This was always the plan. We cannot do any wrong. You are useless. We are correct. That is also true to some level. That's a separate issue altogether. Because you cannot question the UPSC. But the idea is, do you understand how these two questions sometimes show you that making questions itself is very difficult? Because the first statement is actually correct. Because there was a remission clause under Rayatwari. But because you are saying Cornwallis, how can I mark it? So the subjectivity of the examiner is making this question difficult. But what can we say? Let us wait for the official answer key. Then it was always the plan to make this question like this. If they give the answer as C, it is injustice against these students. Because you cannot give Cornwallis name here, then write Rayatwari here, then permanent here. So I hope you are getting the point why this question is again vague. The last question before we take a break. Who of the following rulers of medieval India gave permission to the Portuguese to build a fort at Bhatkal? Narsimha Sulva, Muhammad Shah III, Yusuf Adil Shah, or Krishna Dev Raya? But if we attempt such questions and we are getting... So, Manisha, if these questions get dropped, you automatically get the 2 marks. It is dropped for everyone. Negative is negative, but you should be attempting these questions. You should be attempting these questions. The answer here is very simply Krishnadev Raya, because the Portuguese had a good relationship with Krishnadev Raya via Fiar Lewis. Again, a question based on the advent of Europeans. Right. So we have finished our first leg, which is modern India, 65 questions. Out of which I think we can say 5 questions were difficult, factual, but 60 questions, 40 were conceptual, and 20 were based on basic facts. So can you now, in a way, understand that you can do it? You can do it. Out of the 4 to 5 questions which are going to come, if we go with the basic logic, 2 to 3 you should be able to manage. 1 to 2, you bow to the UPSC and say, very well done, you are God, move on. This is the thumb rule you have to follow, which is don't take it on your ego, move forward. Right? So now let's take a break here, and you all have to promise that you all are going to come back by 10:10. We are on a break, and we all will come back at 10:10. I'm giving you time to have your dinner, and from 10:10 most probably we'll end by 12 a.m. We have another close to 60 questions to cover. So can we all agree? I'm giving you, it is exactly 9:42 right now. We will come back at 10:10. Good enough space for you to have dinner? Yes? But you all have to come back. Now the real story starts. Modern India, still easy. We have to now figure out how to manage art and culture questions. Art and culture, ancient and medieval is left. Right? Okay, you're ready to sit till 1 a.m.? Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. So let's come back at 10:10 and take the story forward. Thank you. I'll see you in the next half an hour. Have your dinner. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Okay. So we start our next leg, which is we will now discuss the questions related to art and culture, ancient and medieval. Now, vis-a-vis the questions of modern India, students tend to find this more difficult. And though the quiz question ratio may be a little bit higher, but the questions recently in the past 2 years are better and are easier than what we've seen previously. So let's start our analysis and we'll try to understand how to tackle these questions. What are the tricks for art and culture, ancient and medieval? So art and culture, generally an important module because it comes in mains and prelims both. So we have again close to 60 questions to cover, 122 total. So first art and culture, then ancient, last medieval. So let's start with the first question, which is, which of the following pairs does not form part of the 6 systems of Indian philosophy? Easy question if you know your 6 schools of philosophy in that regard. Mimamsa Vedanta, Nyaya Vaisheshika, Lokyata Kapilika, and Sankhya and Yoga. What is the answer to this question, everyone? Very good. See, in a way, they have listed all the 6 in front of you. Mimamsa Vedanta, Nyaya Vaisheshika, and Sankhya and Yoga. So all 6 are already listed in front of you. It is what is called as the Charvaks. Charvakism, which is also called Lokyata. They are called heterodox philosophy, or what we call as Nastika philosophy. Nastic word does not really imply with regards to atheistic, basically not believing in the word of the Vedas. So this is a question which has come from this sector called 6 schools of philosophy, a very fairly straightforward one. And again in the options, we see the answer to the question. Because if you did not remember, the 6 systems are already mentioned in the options. Okay. Now this is where you have to read closely. With reference to the famous Satriya dance, consider the following statements. Satriya is a combination of music, dance, and drama. It is a century-old living tradition of Vaishnavites of Assam. It is based on the classical rags and tals of devotional songs composed by Tulsidas, Kabir, and Mirabai. What is the answer to this question? What is the answer to this question? You have to read it closely. You will get the answer through that only. Please do join in. I'm waiting for everybody to come through. That is why I'm giving you more time. But yes, tell me what is the answer. We have B, we have C, we have A, we have C also coming through. Okay. B, sir. B. Okay, C. Very good, Rashmi. So, Satriya is the combination of music, dance, and drama. Yes. Any dance form is like this only. The word Satriya comes from the Satras. Again, a very standard known fact about Satriya dance, which are called the Vaishnavite spaces in Assam, which come up. The dance which was performed in the Satras itself becomes Satriya. These two are correct. Now, it is the third one which is tricky because of this set of personalities. It is based on the classical rags and tals of devotional songs. Tulsidas may be devotional. Mirabai may be still devotional. Kabir is Nirgun Bhakti. And Kabir writes about social issues, social commentary. Because of Kabir's presence, the answer becomes only 1 and 2. So, the reference to Kabir, one word changes the answer. If it was only Tulsidas and Mirabai, basic Bhaktism, then the statement would have been correct. The answer would have been D. But because Tulsidas, Kabir and Mirabai is written, because of Kabir itself, we undercut. We undercut the statement itself. So, fairly easy question. If you understand the nature of these personalities. Very easy question if you don't get caught up into the clutter. With reference to India's culture and tradition, what is Kalripat? Still prevalent in some parts of South India. Ancient style of bronze brass work still found in southern parts of Coromandel area. It is an ancient form of dance and drama, living tradition in Malabar, and ancient martial arts and living tradition in some parts of South India. D, C, D. See, in this question, only this matters. Only this matters, which is ancient style of bronze and brass, dance and drama, ancient martial arts. All other things are clutter here. So the answer here is D, obviously. But some of you may say, sir, A. Some of you may say, sir, A. But A is a generic, vague statement, whilst D is a specific statement. And you always choose specific over generic. Remember this point. Always choose specific over generic. So the answer becomes D. They will give you another type of question like this, which will also have a lot of clutter. I'll show you that question. But again, fairly easy question. Try to make a lot of big statements, but you have to look for the keywords. Consider the following statements, pairs. Very easy question that was. Garba, Gujarat, Mohiniyattam, Odisha, Yashgana, Karnataka. Which is correctly matched? Come on. Which is correctly matched? Kalripat performed in Kathakali. Kalripat has inspiration. No, these are two different states. Kathakali is Tamil Nadu, Kalripat is Kerala. There is an inspiration, but not direct references. Okay. Here, the answer is C. Yes, very good. C. Garba, very well known UNESCO intangible heritage. Yashgana, very important theatre form coming from Karnataka. Mohiniyattam is not from Odisha. Either you know that Odisha is Odissi, or you know Mohiniyattam is Kerala. So, very easy that ways. So, answer is C. Nothing out of the box here again. Thereafter, with reference to the culture history of India, the term Panchayatan refers to an assembly of village elders, a religious sect, a simple or a type of temple construction, or an administrative functionary. What is the answer here? C is the majority, and it should be C also. Panchayatan means subsidiary shrines, more than one shrine or more than one garbhagriha in a temple complex means Panchayatan. Please, some of you will go with this because you think it is Panchayat. Nothing to do with Panchayat. I've seen this multiple times. Panchayatan is a feature of Nagara and Dravida style, not something related to the concept of administrative functionaries. Seen this previously. That is why I'm telling you, don't get confused. So here the answer is going to be C. Some of you have answered A. That is why I'm saying that Panchayat and Panchayatan have no connection whatsoever. Clusterization in Nagara, non-clusterization in Dravida. Right? Okay. The Ibadat Khana at Fatehpur Sikri was the mosque for the use of royal family, Akbar's private prayer chamber, a hall in which Akbar held discussions with scholars of various religions, the room in which nobles belonging to different religions gathered to discuss religious affairs. What is the answer to this question again? So most of you are in the right space. You're very quick to realize these key points that way. Very good. So that was good performance till this point. DC, 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 C. Please, why I see D and C together is again because you try to confuse yourself. It is not a mosque for the royal family. Akbar is the last person to make it. It is not Akbar's private chamber for a prayer. No. Ibadat Khana is not for nobles. It is specific to Akbar. Fatehpur Sikri, Akbar developed a specific room which is called the Ibadat Khana, where initially he met with the Sunni scholars to know what is the meaning of religion, and thereafter he met with the Shia, Hindu, Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, whatever religion denomination was possible, was therefore called to have a discussion with Akbar. It may be called Ibadat, Jainism, Buddhism also. It may be called Ibadat Manisha, but that does not mean that it is a prayer hall. The idea was it was a discussion chamber of Akbar. So don't fall for the name. Very simple question that was. Very simple question. Part and parcel of religious policy of Akbar. D, it is not because nobles, not open to everybody. This was for personally for Akbar itself. Akbar wanted to have discussions. Nobles have nothing to do with this. Right? All on the same page. Make sense? Come on. Yes, sir. Okay. Now this is a very interesting question. Let's see if you fall for this trap or not. Kalamkari painting refers to a hand-painted cotton textile in South India, hand-made drawing of bamboo handicrafts in northeastern India, hand-painted wooden cloth in western India, a hand-painted decorative silk cloth in northwestern India. A, D, B, mix and match. See, in this question, you have to remove the clutter. And that clutter is this. You have to just look at the area. South India, northeastern India, western Himalaya, northwestern India. Kalamkari, South India. Simple. Srikalahasti, the way of hand-painted cloth. Simple. It may seem that D is also correct and B is also correct. But the region is incorrect. The region is incorrect. Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu being the most known centers for Kalamkari, here there's a chance to overthink. Here there's a chance to overthink. Overthinking can happen beyond exception here. So you have to make sure that you don't do that. Right? So A is the answer. Simple, straightforward, based on your base knowledge. Now, with reference to the art and architectural history of India, which among the following was the earliest? Lingaraja temple at Bhubaneswar, rock cut elephant at Dhauli, rock cut monument at Mahabalipuram, Vara image at Udaygiri. Vara image at Udaygiri. C, B, mix and match of C and B. Now see, let's use our logic. You must have been introduced to this question somehow. See, in history, pay attention, in history of art and culture, rock cut monolithic structures come first. Thereafter, you have what are called as structural temples and the schools of art. And then come modern, or rather, if you want to call it, Indo-Islamic architecture. Now, if you know this basic understanding, you would automatically be able to eliminate certain options. Vara image at Udaygiri is an example of schools of art, pure schools of art. Lingaraja temple is an example of a temple structure, which again is a structural temple. Now you have left rock cut, rock cut. So by using this trick, you can come to two options. One is referring to Dhauli and the other one is referring to Mahabalipuram. Now, if you know basic history of ancient and art and culture, you know that Mahabalipuram is the place where the Pallavas resided and epicenter. Mamalapuram, Narasimhavarman won Mahamala. And if you know Dhauli, you would know that it is Ashoka who used to make these elephants and lions and what we call today as bulls as capital structures, which is that on their pillars they used to have the animal, the capital figure. That capital figure used to be an animal, and therefore automatically you will be able to come to the answer. Ashoka comes before Pallavas, which is Mauryas come before Pallavas. Therefore, B is the answer. Why am I telling you this? Because in the examination, it could also be that you don't know Vara image at Udaygiri is Gupta period. Vara image, I'll tell you why. There's a giveaway. Vara image means avatar concept. Lord Vishnu's avatars. Lord Vishnu's avatars mean the concept of avatars have come through, which is evolution of Vedic Brahmanism into concept of Puranic Hinduism. That transition only happens during the Gupta post-Gupta period. If you have been in with me in class, you would know that there's a change in Hinduism from Vedic Brahmanism to Puranic Hinduism, and the concept of incarnations come through. That happens only during the Gupta period. So Vara is the giveaway there. Vara is the giveaway there. So it's easy if you understand basic one. Lingaraja temple is very old. Badauni, Lingaraja temple is Nagara style temple architecture post-Gupta. Post-Gupta. To be very clear, first one is post-Gupta, Dhauli is Maurya, Mahabalipuram is again post-Gupta Pallava, and Vara image is Gupta. Gupta post-Gupta again. So Dhauli elephant is considered to be till today the oldest rock cut structure in India. So Matsya, Vara image, or for example the other avatars which are taken like this. So very simply 73, the answer is rock cut elephants at Dhauli. Now, what is very interesting question? Pay attention. Art and culture based on application. What are common to the two historical places known as Ajanta and Mahabalipuram? Both were built in the same period. Both belong to the same religious denomination. Both have rock cut monuments. Very good, beautiful question. Asked in 2016, they tried to make you think. And this again needs a lot of backstory. Lot of backstory needs to be known. And Ajanta and Mahabalipuram, two very known UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Okay, so most of you have a very good understanding of this. The answer is B. Now how? Ajanta and Mahabalipuram, were they built in the same period? Now, this is where I want to give a very important instruction to you and a cautionary tale. Very cautionary tale. Lot of students want to study art and culture without studying ancient medieval. There are multiple experts and personalities who claim to be experts who are going to give you this strategy also on multiple platforms. Do modern art and culture, leave ancient medieval, not worth it. Now, this is a recipe for suicide because this type of question, which is considered an art and culture question, cannot be done if you do not have an understanding of ancient medieval. The reason why Nitin Singhania does not make sense is because you don't know ancient medieval. Art and culture is not separate from ancient medieval. It is part of the same timeline. So having a basic understanding of the timeline is extremely important. Ajanta and Mahabalipuram don't fall in the same category because Ajanta is either Satvahana, Vakataka, Mahabalipuram, on the other hand, is Pallava. This being pre-Gupta, post-Gupta, or contemporary to Gupta, this is pure post-Gupta. So this is incorrect. Do they have the same religious denomination? Again, no. Because Ajanta is known as a Buddhist site and Mahabalipuram is a Hinduistic temple site. Pancharath and even Shore temple later. But do they have both rock cut monuments? Yes. Ajanta is rock cut caves with sculpture also inside it. Mahabalipuram, the mandapas of Mahendravarman and the Pancharath are rock cut examples. So basically, this question has a lot of backstory. You have to understand the backstory to come to the answer, and you should be able to, in a way, decode that. Very good question, which makes you think. Vishnu is different from Buddha. Gyan, the problem is there's a lot to unpack there. The way Vedic Brahmanism changed into Puranic Hinduism and then destroyed the base of Buddhism was to add Lord Buddha as an avatar of Lord Vishnu. In the Vishnu Puran, that was the way they basically destroyed the base of Buddhism by saying that Buddha is nothing but the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. But that's a separate issue altogether, something we'll discuss in class. So in different texts, we have different understanding. Some texts say that the ninth avatar is not Lord Buddha. In some, there is Lord Buddha. So that's a separate issue altogether. Okay. Now, with reference to Manipuri Sankirtana, they've given the state also. Consider the following statements. It is a song and dance performance. The cymbals are the only musical instruments used in the performance itself. And it is performed to narrate the life and deeds of Lord Krishna. What is the answer? Tips, question are coming on exam. What are you trying to say, Vijay? I'm not able to understand your question. Very good. You have used the reference to extreme statement. It cannot be that it is a song and dance performance and only one instrument. And yes, it is based on song and dance. And yes, it is based on the Krishna Leela. So, 1 and 3. Again, not a difficult question, based on basic understanding. Very basic understanding. Moving on. Consider the following pairs 2018 question. Chapkar Cut Festival Kongjam Prabha ballad, Thangta dance, Sikkim, Manipur, Mizoram. Which is correctly matched? Come on. Here you need to know just one reference and you will automatically know it. Manisha, see, in most cases, never, no, all, drastic, exponential, these words are a giveaway. So mostly it works like that. Mostly it works like that. You should be able to understand it easily. Understand easily that it's a very, you can say, okay, 1 and 3 it should be. Okay. Doesn't really matter though. Does matter. Okay. What is the answer to? You are now getting confused. Yes. B. This is not Sikkim. It's not Sikkim. Firstly, Thangta and Thangka are different. Thangta different. This is Manipur. So Thangta is Manipur. Now, I'll tell you one thing. The very important point in these two questions, I want to show you these two questions, which is this one and this one. You should understand one thing, that these type of questions have stopped coming, which is festival based. These type of questions have stopped coming. So, unfortunately, these match the following questions have stopped coming itself. So this is that old style. This is the old style question in that regard. So you really don't need to worry. If you are learning art and culture, the last thing which you should actually worry about is the fact that you will get this type of question. Very simply, I'll be very clear with you that it is now becoming more and more obscure. What you're getting is either questions on literature or statement-based questions. I'll show it to you. So festivals and these things you should not worry too much about. So please be very clear about this point, that this is the old style questions. If UPSC was in this space, it would have been a good thing. But unfortunately, UPSC is moving out of this also. So I hope you will understand this point. Don't hyperventilate on this. Do not hyperventilate on this. This is the last thing you need to worry about. It is the architecture, sculpture, painting, other areas which you have to concentrate on. When I discuss this in class, the total set of topics or the facts is maximum 32, 33. If you can manage that, you are sorted. So you don't have to worry about these things. Handicrafts and all is something which you do in the end, because first you cover what is important and then come to this. So unfortunately or fortunately, whatever you want to believe it is, these type of questions are now becoming obscure, and you rather are seeing new type of questions coming through. For example, building Kalyan Mandapas was a notable feature in the temple construction in the kingdom of. Very simple question that is. Thangta we discuss in class. Don't have to worry about that. Okay. Vijayanagara. Very simple. Vijayanagara temples have a specific mandap. Ceremonial marriage of the deity is done. Also open to the public later. So this is again based on an architecture. Now 2 questions on architecture have come till this point. 3 questions if you take Ibadat Khana. Ibadat Khana, Kalyan Mandap and the Panchayatan tells you that UPSC is trying to play with the concept. But unfortunately, UPSC moved out of this type of zone and went into a zone where they are now asking literature, which is also not something very good, because that becomes equally difficult, because literature list is also very, very long. But out of the 3 questions, 1 question is on literature, others are manageable. 2024 paper was an anomaly in the sense that somehow they had a resurgence of questions related to Buddhism, which were intersecting both ancient and art and culture, which I'll come to. Till this point, everybody is with me, no issues whatsoever. You are understanding what is the nature of questions, how it is evolving also, right? How it is evolving. Netra, it's about a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective. Okay. Now, very simple, straightforward question from 2019. Who among the following Mughal emperors shifted emphasis from illustrated manuscripts to individual portrait? Come on. Very easy. Hayat, that is one of the reasons why that third statement is also incorrect. Because Thangta is not a dance, Thangta is a martial arts form. True. Very good, very good. Till this point, I have not seen anybody saying A, which is a very good thing. Because in between, I also get A. So that's a very, very good thing, which is simple. Jahangir. Akbar is the one who was the one who used to actually produce illustrated manuscript. For example, Hamza Nama. For example, Gulistan. For example, Tuti Nama. He wanted like a comic book style. He wanted the main epics being produced in volumes of what we call as images. But Jahangir was a keen naturalist. He did not like these illustrated manuscripts. He wanted portraits, portrait based. So Jahangir is the portrait guy. He is the paintings guy. Zenith and anything else related to painting, he is the one. He is the one. So very easy question. Give away that way. Give away that way. Now, which one of the following statements is correct? Ajanta lies in the gorge of Boghera river. Sachi Stupa lies in the gorge of Chambal river. Pandavleni shrines lie in the, or caves lie in the gorge of Narmada river. Amravati Stupa lies in the gorge of Godavari river. Again, come on. If you've done these questions, you'll find it. I'll give you a trick. I'll give you a trick to at least come to 50-50. Because I'm not here to just give you the answer. I want to give you a trick how to come. All of you are giving the right answer. All of you are giving the right answer, which is Ajanta, is in the gorge of Boghera. This is a historical geography question where history and geography are coming together. First, you see what are the two types of options which are given. One says caves, stupa, caves, stupa. Now, stupas, if you know, I'll make one in front of you itself. Just give me 1 second. If you know a stupa structure, stupa structure is basically a structure which is made for the pilgrimage of Buddhism. Is made for pilgrimage of Buddhism, and they were made on strategic locations. They were made on strategic locations because on the Torana, which is the gate of these stupas, there used to be the Jatak stories. Stupas don't just have the purpose of pilgrimage, they are also advertisements for Buddhism. So that is why they're mostly placed on trade routes, where you would have the traders who are the biggest constituency of Buddhism to see it if they did not know what is Buddhism. Now, you will never take a stupa and take it into a gorge of a river, which is the vertical cutting of a hill via erosion by a river itself. So here, automatically, two options are going to get cut, which is Sanchi Stupa and Amravati. Both were based on very important trade routes of the Uttar Path and the Dakshin Path. Now you have Pandavleni caves and Ajanta caves. Now you have to know that Pandavleni caves are in Nasik, something which is again a very standard fact which is given, or you should know that Ajanta is based on the Boghera river because it makes that horseshoe type design, the Boghera river, along which you have the 28-29 caves itself. So Ajanta, 50-50 I am trying to come through. Thereafter, your 50-50 will be sorted through your base knowledge. Either you should know Narmada, or you should know Nasik, or you should know Ajanta Caves location. I hope that much understanding I've given you, that you should be able to repeat this type of question with at least 50% understanding if the question is worded like this. So I hope that this is where you are able to decode. Sometimes art and culture questions can be decoded through the statements itself. I'm trying to give you the logic. Sorted? Can we move to the next question? Come on. Yes? No? Yes, sir. Very good. One of the most known questions now, recently in the news, just one day before I taught this in the UCAN session, with reference to Chaussat Yogini temple situated near Morena, consider the following statements. It is a circular temple built during the reign of the Kachpaghat dynasty. It is the only circular temple built in India. It is meant to promote Vaishnava cult in that region. Its design has given rise to a popular belief that it was the inspiration for the Indian Parliament building. Now, why this question came in 2021 was because of the new Parliament and the discussion around the old Parliament. And everybody knew that the answer is 1 and 4, because see, this statement gets eliminated because it's an extreme statement. Only, Manisha, only. At the same point of time, Chaussat Yogini should be a giveaway that it is not related to Lord Vishnu. It is the Yogini cult with Lord Shiva in the middle. This is also incorrect. Is it a circular temple? Yes. That is why people believe that Baker and Lutins used it as a inspiration for making the old circular parliament which we had. So that way, Chaussat Yogini temple now is very well known. Recently, the current affairs is recently it has been nominated to the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites, not representative list, tentative list. So tentative list, Chaussat Yogini has been added along with the Mudumal megalithic sites and the what we call as the Orcha fort or the Bundela forts and the Mauryan temples, the Mauryan edicts, Gupta temples, and that ways we had a whole set of 6 different areas being pushed into the tentative list. Does not mean that they are now World Heritage Sites. They have been nominated to the tentative list. Right? Question number 80 also sorted. Now, this is the pattern which has now emerged, which is called statement-based question. The questions are now based on what is called as the literature. So, with reference to ancient Indian history, consider the following pairs. Devi Chandragupta, Milindapana, Niti Vakmitra, and Hamira Mahakavya. Which of them are properly paired together? And what made it difficult was this. Now, I consider this question difficult because 2 are known, 2 are not very known. 2 are known, 2 are not very known. Answer is obviously only 2. Devi Chandragupta is very known because it is the work of no one else but Vishaka Datta. Vishaka Datta, also the author of Mudrakshara, important that ways. Very well known source of the Gupta period and the Mauryan period. Milinda Panaha is also known, but it is not Nagarjuna, it is Nagasena. It is Nagasena. Milinda Panaha is the story of Milinda, which is Menander, a Indo-Greek ruler. Again, something which is known. These 2 are actually incorrectly matched. Hamira Mahakavya and the Niti are actually properly matched. But again, knowing that is going to be difficult. Knowing that is going to be difficult. And that is where I am saying you should not worry about this type of question. If you can come to 50-50, Fine, but this makes it difficult. Again, the strategy which I give to all my students for literature is the last area which you are going to cover, and also keep the list very limited. Meaning, if the same list comes through, then it is okay. If it is something very obscure, as it is, you cannot manage. As it is, you cannot manage. So please do understand this point very clearly, that you have to read, you have to do handicrafts, literature, and the factual zones on a day-to-day basis. But more than that, it has to be done once you've covered the main story. This is a strategy which I give to all my students, which is, see, in art and culture, there are two types of topics. For example, again, trying to share a strategy with you because I know that these are areas which make you a little bit nervous. There are certain areas which are mains plus prelims, and there are certain areas which are pure prelims. For example, architecture, sculpture, painting, dances, music, 6 schools of philosophy, numismatics, the concept of foreign travelers. These are areas which are mains and prelims. Literature also goes into this zone, but prelims more specific. There are certain areas which are purely prelim specific. Languages, classical languages, awards and honors. You have folk dance, folk music, martial arts, theatre, puppetry. These areas you have to cover second. First, cover the mains and prelims area. That will be easier. Then move to prelims area. What happens is you do the reverse. And in that process, you weaken your GS paper 1. Because GS paper 1 there will be mains and prelims questions, there will be mains based questions, and there will never be a question, write a short note on the theatre forms. That will never be the case. That will make it a little bit difficult for you. So the strategy remains mains and prelims first, then prelim specific areas, and therein also lies the concept of 15 minutes rule. If you can learn certain set of facts, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, maximum 4, 5 according to your capacity. In the morning you learn, for example, 2 martial arts forms, their state and what are the features. Throughout the day, keep a paper in which you keep on seeing them, and in the evening you just write them down. If you are able to do it, very good, you remember them. If you're not able to, just revise once more. So the earlier Neetu, that type has gone. Since 2013, you are getting in mains more what are called conceptual questions based on periods. We will discuss that in Conquer mains. Right now, looking at prelims, I hope that this strategy is giving you a little bit of clarity. Don't do the reverse. Rather, try to do something which you will first grasp, and your energy should go in the right direction. Thereafter, you can move into prelim specific area. Make sense? Everyone? Make sense? The strategy itself? Yes? Okay. Now, which one of the following was the latest inclusion in the intangible cultural heritage list of UNESCO? This is year specific question. So you should know what latest in 2023 what it was. Give me the answer to this question. Come on, come on. Perfect. In 2023, Garba was the one which had been recently added. If it was 2022, then it would have been Durga Puja. If it was 2021, it would have been Kumbh Mela. That is why the question tried to create a little bit of confusion. Because it's a 2023 question, the answer is Garba. If the year had changed, latest edition would have been Durga Puja. If again the year had changed, it would have been Kumbh Mela. So, simple straightforward question. Fortunately, in 2024, we got 2 questions like this. 2 questions like this. And UPSC is now asking questions purely based on current affairs, which is a very good thing in the larger scheme of things for us, right? So 82 tells you that UPSC is moving in a certain direction. That this is the question which came. Consider the following properties included in the World Heritage List by UNESCO. Shanti Niketan, Rani Ki Vav, the Sacred Assemblage of Hoysalas, Mahabodhi Temple, which were added in 2023. Which was added in 2023. Niharika, this is something which you would do. UNESCO Intangible Heritage and Tangible Heritage List is something you will do. Very standard thing to learn in art and culture. Here, okay, B is the answer, but which are the two? Which are the two? B is the answer, everybody, okay, fine. But what are the two? Very good. The answer is Shanti Niketan and Sacred Assemblage of the Hoysalas, which is only two. All of them are actually World Heritage Sites. All of them are World Heritage Sites. But Rani Di Vav and Mahabodhi Temple were added much earlier. So here again, it's a pure current affairs question. Pure current affairs question. So in that sense, you should be able to understand that this is the new pattern which is emerging, something where current affairs of art and culture is important. That is why I had taken a current affairs session, and I will be taking another current affairs session when we will have the Conquer Prelims part 4. So I will discuss all the current affairs with you. So don't have to worry in any way or form about that. Right? Now, Buddhism questions I picked up and put it into ancient India because it makes more sense there. But art and culture questions, what have they taught us? What have they taught us? Art and culture questions have given us an idea that current affairs is becoming more important. At the same point of time, we've also understood one more thing, which is UPSC is moving in a certain pattern. It used to be more dances and other aspects. Now they're moving towards UNESCO. In between, temple architecture, painting and etc. can be added. Simple point is, do your what is called as necessary thematics, then only move to factual ones. Do we understand what do we mean by the concept of art and culture and the questions, what have they given us as an understanding? This whole session is about taking the cues from UPSC. So can I now move into ancient history? Yes? This is where I've pushed in all the Buddhism, Jainism questions because they are more suited here than actually in art and culture. Yes? Come on, everyone. Great. Now comes the bane of the existence of everyone, which is this. Which of the following statements are applicable to Jain doctrine? The surest way of annihilating karma is the practice of penance. Every object, even the smallest particle, has a soul. Karma is the bane of the soul and must be ended. What is the answer to this question? That is more than enough, Manisha. If you can do current affairs notes, if you want to sprinkle a little bit of Nitin Singhania, that is also fine. Very good. Everybody understands Jain philosophy very well. Now, this is what I call as an English literature question. This is not a question of history. It's a question of English literature. So here the answer is obviously D. But the reason why it's called English literature question, the statements are unduly complicated. The surest way of annihilating karma is the practice of penance. Every object has a soul. This is standard. Soul is Jainism. That everybody knows. This is correct. Now, the first and the third statement are related to one another. Karma is considered to be sin, and therefore you need to remove karma in order to get salvation. So, the third statement says karma is bad. First statement says because karma is bad, therefore you have to do self-purification and penance. If you understand the meaning of the two statements, you will realize they are complementary to one another and not contradictory to one another. Complementary means this allows us to then, in a way, create a very good understanding of what Jain philosophy actually talks about. Easy question if you know basic Jain philosophy. Okay. This is an interesting one based out of the early medieval section. We want to call it ancient. The Chinese traveler Huansang, who visited India, recorded the general conditions and culture of India at that time. In this context, which of the following statements are correct? The roads and river routes were completely immune from robbery. As regards to punishment for offences, ordeals by fire, water and poison were instruments for determining the innocence or guilt of a person. The tradesmen had to pay duties at ferries and barrier stations. Again, in this question, there is one statement which has an extreme word. Which is that statement? Which is the statement which has an extreme word? Very good. Here, can I say today that our roads and railways is completely immune from robbery? Can I say even for today? And the answer is no. Not even till today, any form of mode of transportation is completely immune from any form of crime. So therefore, this is an incorrect statement. And once you get this as an incorrect statement, automatically answer comes through. Yes, he himself, Huansang himself got robbed and saw his robbers being punished by Harshvardhan in a capital punishment. And at the same point of time, yes, you had to pay duties at different points. So Huansang, this statement comes out of his own experience in the Harshvardhan's dynasty. The third one is obviously related to something which is very standard at that given point of time. So just because you know extreme statement, you can then come to the answer itself. Simple, straightforward question again. Okay, this is very interesting. Which of the following characterize the people of Indus civilization? They possessed great palaces and temples. They worshipped both male and female deities. They employed horse-drawn chariots in warfare. Come on. Indus Valley civilization, Buddhism, Jainism, very dear topics to the UPSC generally. Yes, very good. Easy one. Did they have great palaces and temples? Maybe they had great palaces, but no temples. Did they employ horse-drawn chariot in warfare? Warfare is not known in the Indus Valley civilization. This is correct. This is incorrect. And did they have male and female deities? Yes. The mother goddess cult and the Pashupati seal. So therefore, only 2 is correct. The others are incorrect. Simple. Now, this is a question which creates a lot of, you can say, confusion in the minds of the students, but most probably you'll give the right answer. Which one of the following describes best the concept of nirvana in Buddhism? What is the answer? Extinction of flame of desire, complete annihilation of self, state of bliss and rest, and mental state beyond all comprehension. Very good. Niharika, Kamraj, Badauni, Monu Chaudhary. Okay, see. The answer is A. The answer is A. This is where you have to understand something. Nirvana is based on what is called as Nibbana. This is where the differentiation comes through. You only get nirvana when you have gone above your desires. The complete annihilation of self means destruction of the self. That is not nirvana, that is death. So, this is destruction of oneself. That is not nirvana. You only get nirvana when you achieve nibbana, which is flame of desire is extinguished. You have gone above your desire. Therefore, your concept of what is called as the desire plus dukh is gone. Parinibbana is when the enlightened one dies. When Buddha dies, it is called Mahaparinibbana. But the idea is you only attain nirvana when you get nibbana. If you will Google it, it will say nirvana's Prakrit word is nibbana. Therefore, if we go by that logic also, nibbana means the symbolic extinguishing of the flame of desire. So therefore, complete annihilation of self is something which is totally contradictory. You are talking about the physical, they are talking about the philosophical. This is the differentiation here. This is the differentiation here. Right? Now, you can get Antara question based on that, sure. This is a question which was asked twice, just to check if the students are referring to the official answer key or not. Which of the following kingdoms were associated with the life of Buddha? Avanti, Gandhara, Kosala and Magad. And this is where UPSC gave one answer in 1 year, then gave an corrigendum and then gave the same question again to check if the students had referred to the corrigendum or not. Here, the most important word is life of Buddha, not Buddhism. When Buddha was alive, which Mahajanpadas was he connected to? And that is where the answer was 3 and 4. Most of the students had given the answer D, but the answer was C. See, Gandhara is outside the purview of Buddha as it is because it is in the northwestern sector. Kosala and Magad are in the Gangetic plain. That was obviously known. So therefore, in the Doab region, it will be accepted. Avanti was not accepted as an option because Avanti was again obscure. During his life, Avanti he did not visit. Later, Avanti will become a very important center of Buddhism, but in the life of Buddha, it was not important. So this is where UPSC played a game and asked the same question to check if the student is doing the same mistake twice. This is again a question of historical geography. When I teach you this, I tell you that you should learn always the extremities. Kamboj, Gandhara, Avanti, Ashmaka. This will give you a little bit of spatial understanding. Spatial understanding is good enough to get this answer. Difficult, but if you use your logic, you will get the answer. Right? Okay. Very simple question. Which one of the following books of ancient India has a love story of the son of the founder of Shunga dynasty? Son of the founder of Shunga dynasty. What is the answer? See, if you know that the founder of the Shunga dynasty is Pushyamitra Shunga, and you know that his son's name is Agnimitra, Malvika Agnimitra. Kalidasa's text called Malvika Agnimitra. Simple. Very simple. So, again a question which is based on Kalidasa's text, not something difficult. Again, not something difficult, expected from a UPSC aspirant that you know the text of Kalidas. Great, Rashmi. Very good. Now, perfect. So, most of you got it correct. Very good. Perfect. Now, this is again an area which UPSC loves, which is Buddhism, Jainism, and the Mahayanic, Hinayanic and Vajrayanic section. With reference to religious history of India, consider the following statements. The concept of Bodhisattva is central to Hinayanic sect of Buddhism. Bodhisattva is the compassionate one who is on his way to enlightenment. Bodhisattva delays achieving his salvation to help all sentinel beings on their path to it. You don't need to know what is given in the text itself. You should just know the protagonist and who wrote it. Again, very easy if you know your basic Buddhism. The answer is B. Bodhisattva concept is not Hinayanic, it is specific to Mahayanic. Vajrapani, Manjushri, Avalokeshwar, Maitri, Skand, Tara. These are bodhisattvas who delayed their nirvana so that they can help others. So these two are complementary to one another. and actually definition of concept of bodhisattva itself. Okay. Again, very easy question if you know your early medieval ancient. With reference to economic history of medieval India, early medieval, whatever you want to call it, the term arghat refers to bonded labor, land grants made to military officers, water wheel used in irrigation of land, wasteland converted to cultivable land. Again, I think you all are that way quite sorted with regards to ancient and medieval, because none of you are making that mistake. Persian wheel, as it is called, the ghati yantra or the arghat in that regard, is a irrigation tool which is used during this period as a way of expanding agriculture. Gupta, post-Gupta period becomes very common. Again, very easy that ways. Again, most of you are right. Perfect. Very good, Sripat. Even better. Now, this is a controversial question. This is a controversial question. Because till date, UPSC has not backtracked on this question. And that way, UPSC is given a wrong answer. That is given. Previously, UPSC did not used to drop the questions. This question should have been dropped left, right, and center. But UPSC stood by it, and till today it is considered to be the only question which UPSC got incorrect, and the students had got penalized for it. With reference to the difference between Rigvedic Aryans and Indus Valley people, which of the following statements is correct? Rigvedic Aryans used the coat of mail and helmet in warfare, whereas the people of Indus Valley civilization did not leave any evidence of using them. Rigvedic Aryans knew gold, silver, copper, whereas Indus Valley people knew only copper and iron. Rigvedic Aryans domesticated the horse. There is no evidence of Indus Valley people having been aware of this animal. Now here you will find all 9 everywhere answer 1 and 3. But that is incorrect. Purely incorrect. The answer has to be A. Has to be A. See, this is incorrect, everybody knows, because Indus Valley is a Bronze Age civilization. So this is incorrect. So automatically you get 2 options left. Thereafter, Rigvedic Aryans used mail and helmet in warfare, and Indus Valley did not. That is also known. But this is a controversial statement based on Surkotda, based on evidence coming from Lothal, based on evidence coming from even Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Horse remains have been found in Indus Valley civilization. And it is even more ironic because it says Indus Valley people were not aware of this animal. If at Surkotda we find horse bones, it means that they must have seen a horse for sure. So which means that this statement is an extreme statement. So therefore this statement should have been incorrect and the answer should have been A. But till today UPSC has not accepted it, that the answer which was given as C is incorrect. The answer has to be A based on the evidences which we get, which are very well established across every literature. Anybody who is claiming that the answer is C wants to just comply with the given answer key, and therefore it is just a way of dodging the question. Be it academic books, be it Upinder Singh, be it even old archaeological reports, enough has been said and researched that horses were known to the Indus Valley civilization for sure. For sure. If they were not using it, they must be aware of it for sure. Because now we are getting further evidences from Lothal and other areas also. So they must be aware of it. That is also a good point, Sudarshan. Right? So can we all agree to disagree with UPSC over this question? What is the correct option according to UPSC? C. But according to basic logic and available resources, it has to be A. Right? Okay, perfect. Now, very interesting question which came in 2018, very easy also. With reference to Indian history, which of the following is a future Buddha yet to come and save the world? Now, if you know your bodhisattvas, you would know that actually three options are the same. Avalokeshwar is also called Padampani, Bodhisattva Padampani, and is also called Lokeshwar. All three are the same. Avalokeshwar, Lokeshwar, and Padampani. It is Bodhisattva Maitreyi, who is basically the future Buddha which is going to come. In Chinese tradition, that is the laughing Buddha. So, Maitreyi is the name of the future Buddha. A lot of people got confused, but this is a known fact within the understanding of what we today call as Buddhism, Jainism. So everybody is aligned with me till this point? We all are aligned? Yes or no? Manisha, that has to be substantiated further. We are talking about Shivagalai. Shivagalai is something which will be added. Yes, I have discussed it in current affairs. Shivagalai is now going to change the timeline of megalithic for sure. Megalithic will be changed for sure. Right? Okay. Now, very simple question again, 2018. With reference to religious practices in India, Sthanakvasi sect belongs to. Very simple. The rule being that you don't learn one of the sects, you learn the other set of sects. Again, simple, Jainism. This is what I give as an example and a trick to students. There are only 6 sects in Jainism: Sthanakvasi, Murti Pujak, Therapanthi, Mool Sangh, Bispanthi, and Taranpanthi. 6 total. But there are 18 sects in Buddhism. So you learn the Jainism ones and you should be able to eliminate them. Simple. Entire history would be changed if Iron Age started in India. Then yes, that will go. That will change the timeline. Megalithic is already the timeline of South India being the Iron Age. 2000 BC we already keep it to. It will go back to 3000. That means it will be precursor to the Indus Valley civilization. Right. 94 sorted. Okay. With reference to forced labor Vishti in India during the Gupta period, which one of the following statements is correct? It was considered a source of income for the state, a sort of tax paid by the people. It was a totally absent in Madhya Pradesh and Kathiawar region. Forced labor were entitled for weekly wages. The eldest son of the laborer was sent as the forced laborer. Now this is where each of these statements have contradictions. Obviously it is A. During the Gupta period, it is basically bonded labor, paying off debt. Debt bondage is paid through Vishti. But totally absent, again extreme statement. If you are a forced labor and you're getting a weekly wage, then how are you a forced labor? And if you are a forced labor, how is it that it is the son's responsibility, eldest son, to actually go? So therefore, it becomes A. So very simply, A is the answer. Simple. Right? Okay. 96. I want everybody's answer here. It should be D is also correct. No. If I am going to be in debt, why will I send my son to be a debt laborer? I will be in bondage, not my son. Okay. Consider the following statements: deification of Buddha, treading the path of bodhisattvas, and image worship and rituals. Which of the above are features of Mahayanic Buddhism? I think this is easy, because if you know Mahayanic and Hinayanic Buddhism basic features, you should be able to come to the answer. And here it is all three. Deification means idol worship. Treading the path of bodhisattvas, meaning you are following the bodhisattvas. And very elaborate rituals and image worship. That is the main difference between Mahayanic and Hinayanic. And therefore the answer becomes 1, 2 and 3. Again, you must have seen the volume of questions out of Buddhism, Jainism is the most till this point. So obviously you cannot ignore Buddhism, Jainism. In no way or form you can ignore Buddhism, Jainism, Indus Valley, because the questions are revolving around this whole concept itself. Which one of the following is not a Harappan site? Easy, two are known, two are unknown. Again, what is the answer to this question? Fairly easy if you have an understanding of the Mauryan age and the Indus Valley civilization. Very easy. Chanudaro Kotdizi is very easy to cut because they are known sites. Desalpur and Shogora are the ones which will confuse. But Shogora was actually in the news in 2019 because it is a Mauryan site. And the Shogora edict was in the news that time. So this is actually a current affairs based question. Current affairs based question. So that way it is easy. Easy. Desalpur is a IVC site in Gujarat. Very good. Now, with reference to the period of Gupta dynasty in ancient India, the Ghantshala, Kadura and Chaul are well-known sites of or well-known as ports, capitals, stone art and architecture, important Buddhist pilgrimage sites. Now, here you will realize one thing. There are three types of questions which have come out of this same type, which is site-based. The irony of the story is every time the answer is the same. This is how they are asking port cities and important cities of ancient India. They have nothing to do with Buddhist pilgrimage sites. They are not art and architecture related. They are not capitals of powerful kingdoms. Port-based questions have come thrice. Every time it is the port only. That is where, yes, Chaul, if you remember Battle of Chaul, you will also remember that it is a port. Now, this is an interesting question of 2020. Needs a little bit in-depth knowledge of Buddhism, Jainism. With reference to religious history of India, consider the following statements. Theravadins belong to the Mahayanic Buddhist sect or belong to Mahayanic Buddhism. Lokottaravadin sect is an offshoot of Mahasangika sect of Buddhism. The deification of Buddha by Mahasangika fostered Mahayanic Buddhism or Mahayana Buddhism. Come on, tell me what is the answer to this question? Very good. See, Theravadin means Theravada. Mahasangika and Theravada, there are 4 Buddhist councils. First Buddhist council, Vinay and Sutta Pitak are introduced. Second Buddhist council, first split happens. Mahasangika and Theravadin, the oldest school of Buddhism. So this cannot be the case because Mahayana and Hinayana are actually offshoots of the Mahasangika, which is going to have the third Buddhist council happening where the Abhidhamma Pitak will be written. So there is a chronological difference because this is later, this is first. So it cannot be the other way around. When you know this very clearly, you automatically have 2 options left. 2 and 3 and 3 only. Now, the deification of Buddha is part of the concept of Mahayanic Buddhism. Yes, Mahayanic Buddhism is based on the idea that Buddha is God. Hinayanic is based on that Buddha is a good teacher. So therefore, 3 has to be correct, which is also very obvious. Is Lokottavadin an offshoot of Mahasangika? Yes. This is the faction which is the precursor to the Mahayanas. So 2, 3, totally correct. This you would know when you go into the history of Mahayanic Buddhism. You should be able to figure it out. So here, because 2 options are left, 3 automatically becomes correct. You just need to note that Lokottaravadin are basically the precursors to Mahayanic Buddhism. So the answer here becomes 2 and 3 and the first statement is incorrect. Again, Buddhism, Jainism, important area for our understanding. Yes, the second one, little bit tricky that way. Okay. This you should be able to answer even in your sleep, which is, who among the following rulers advised his subjects through his inscription? Whosoever praises his religious sect or blames other sects out of excessive devotion to their own sect with the views of glorifying his own sect, he rather injures his own sect very severely. There's no one in history who has been more vocal about his understanding and gave a lot of, you can say, lessons to the people. Ashoka. Simple. Samudragupta does not have the time. Harshvardhan does not have the power. Krishnadev Raya was not oriented like this. So, Ashoka, simple, straightforward. As soon as you see sect, praise, this is Dhamma. Simple question, 2020 easy. Now you see, 2020 again one question. This I've already done with you. Port cities. This is a repeated question, sorry, which is Chaul, Ghanshala and Kudur. Now, which one of the following ancient towns is well known for its elaborate system of water harvesting management by building a series of dams channelizing water into connected reservoirs? This is a current affairs question. Why is it a current affairs question? Because Dholavira was added as the only UNESCO tangible heritage site out of the Harappan sites. That year it was done. They asked a question. Now, before I move to the next question, you tell me one thing. If you look at the questions from ancient India, other than 2-3 here and there, can you say that it is doable, it is manageable by basic understanding, foundational conceptual clarity of ancient India? If I concentrate on Buddhism, Jainism, and if I concentrate on the areas which are coming through every time, Indus Valley conceptual clarity, Indus Valley or the Buddhism, it should be. Don't run away from this area because it will make your art and culture more difficult. If you find it better than modern, nothing better. Right? Okay. Now, this is called an unnecessary question. This is called an unnecessary question. I still don't know why UPSC wanted to ask this question that year. Random, pure randomness from UPSC. According to Kautilya's Arthashastra, which of the following are correct? A person could be a slave as a result of judicial punishment. If a female slave bore a master a son, she is legally free. If a son born of a female slave was fathered by her master, the son was entitled to legal status of mother of the master's son. So that way, the option is actually D. But I don't know why UPSC asked this question. This is a skip question. This is out of actually the what we call as provisions given in the Kautilya Arthashastra. But why did they ask it? No idea whatsoever. For example, the Mitakshara and the Dev Bhaga, that question also is purely unnecessary question, that was. Because some random person thought, okay, let's try the students and ask if they know that if a fathered female slave, this, that. Don't ever even try to learn all of this because this is a one-off question. UPSC sometimes does this and they do it more to history because there's a lot to do it. So out of that 10-11 questions, 1-2 they will push like this only. So please don't chase this question. Please don't go and read the Arthashastra. Makes no sense whatsoever. This is where, as I said, we accept that you are the greatest and the best. Please let me look at the next question. Simple. This is an easy one. If you know your Ashokan major rock edict site, something which I teach you in class itself. This was also in the news. Dhauli, Odisha, Eraguddi, Andhra Pradesh, Chowgada, Madhya Pradesh, Kalsi, Karnataka. Which of them are correctly matched? That is standard, Pooja. That is standard. B. Very good. Dhauli is in Odisha, correctly matched. Eraguddi is in Andhra Pradesh, correctly matched. These two are incorrectly matched. This is in Uttarakhand, very known site, and this is also in Odisha. Chowgada and Dhauli, two very important sites generally. So the two correctly matched are 1 and 2. The two which are incorrectly matched are 3 and 4. This you would know. I always give a map and a list to my students in class. You should be easily able to do this because these are very well-known sites, major rock eddict sites, very well-known. Okay. Now, just read the first word and give me the answer to this question. First word, just read the first word. Yes. Soul means Jainism. They are obsessed with soul. Soul are not only the property of animal and plant life, but also of rocks, running water, many other natural objects not looked at as living by other religious sects. The above statement reflects soul, 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 soul. Karma is bane of existence. I will do self-penance. I will do self-purification. All of it is Jainism. Jainism, first word, as soon as you see soul, 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 Jainism. This is very standard. You can use it as a rule. Whenever there will be too much emphasis on soul, it is Jainism. First statement itself should be enough to answer. 2023, easy question. Now, this is something which I used to teach in class and randomly it came. Dhanyakantaka is a region which is referred to in the ancient Indian period. This was also a place of Buddhist center of learning for Mahasangika. Where is it located? Ironically, it is the capital of one of the post-modern dynasties. Very good. Andhra. Satavahanas had one of their capitals at Dhanyakantaka. And Dhanyakantaka, therefore, it is also a place of the Andhra Deccan sector. Again, fairly easy if you have the right sources with you. Same type, I've already given you the answer to this question. In a way, with reference to ancient South India, Korkai, Mujris was actually in the news. What are they? What are they? Very good. Port cities. Mujris, one of the most known, Tondi and Mujris. Very good. Very known port cities. Simple. This again, UPSC, little bit of a low blow to students. Made no sense whatsoever in asking this question. But UPSC is UPSC. Which of the following practices, which is mentioned in Sangam poems, which is called Vataki Turul, what does it refer to? Kings employing women bodyguards, learned person assembling in royal courts, young girls keeping watch on over agricultural land, and yes, the answer, which is ritualistic suicide by the king who is defeated in war by starving himself. Again, why did UPSC ask this question? No idea. No precedence. Just some random question. See, Ram, for current affairs, I am there. For current affairs, I am there. These type of questions, God is there. So, leave it, move on. Current affairs based questions, static questions, I'll sort it out for you. These are random bouncers which UPSC throws through. Nobody can save you. Just save yourself, move on. Current affairs, I'm there. For these type of questions, God is there. Have faith in UPSC. They will for sure make you feel, why did I start this preparation? Standard. No issues. Now these are the two questions. These are two questions which randomly came again. Which one of the following is a work attributed to Bhasa? Bhasa is a known person. Bhasa is a very known person. Ram, you should just go through the maps of ancient and medieval India. You should see the port cities. Very standard thing again. Here, the answer is Madhyama Vyogya. Random question. Has again nothing to do with current affairs. They just wanted to ask a question out of literature. So the answer here was C. This again is an unnecessary question which again has no precedence whatsoever. There is a person who spread Buddhism to China. He went from India. His name is Sanghabhuti. Sanghabhuti is the author of which commentary which is written? Again, bow down. Leave it. Answer here is actually C. C. again, in the exam situation, don't get nervous, leave it. Leave it, makes no sense whatsoever. This is something which you can manage. And the next one, which is with reference to ancient India, Gautam Buddha was generally known as which of the following epithets? Shakya Muni, because he comes from the Shakya clan. Tathagat, obviously. Nayaputta is actually the title of Mahavira. So here the answer is 2 and 3. This is an easy question. Easy question if you have gone through the Buddhist mudras and that. So again, Buddhism, Jainism, mixed up question. And this is the easiest of all which came this year. In 2024, we had 9 questions or 10 questions, out of which 6 to 7 were manageable. 6 to 7 were manageable, and the other 3 were UPSC, you are God, thank you for telling me my place. That was the type of question which comes. So there are no parables in Upanishads, teachings, parables. Upanishads are composed earlier than Puranas. Yes, they are earlier. There are obviously parables, which is the whole point of Upanishads, is teaching you something. So there are parables in Upanishads. So the answer was B. Now we have completed the ancient questions which teach you something. Now there are three things which I want you to emphasize on and actually learn. Ancient India, Buddhism, Jainism, Indus Valley Civilization, these 3 areas you cannot ignore. Parable means teachings, seek. Buddhism, Jainism, IVC you cannot ignore. Over and above that, Buddhism is something which UPSC loves. With regards to literature, learn the main literatures. If UPSC is kind to you that day, sorted. If not, leave it. I am not going to ask you to do something which is not humanly possible. So therefore, we are going to concentrate on also historical geography. That is again the bare minimum which you can do, which is the cities, the other aspects in that regard. So this is where you are going to concentrate on. UPSC has played with history. 2022 was okay, 2022 was difficult, 2023 was okay, 2024 was okay and difficult both. So that is where every year UPSC will choose one subject to make it very difficult. Sometimes it is history, sometimes it is economics, sometimes it is polity, sometimes it is geography. So for some reason, for the past 3 years, history has come twice. So don't have to worry about that. Just simply concentrate on these modules. You can do that. If yes, I would now want to discuss the medieval questions, because they also give us a very interesting pattern. And that is what we have to discuss, the last 10-ish questions. Yes? All on the same page with me? Yes, making sense? Okay, time well spent. Very good. Consider the following. The arrival of Babur into India led to the introduction of gunpowder, introduction of arch and dome, establishment of Timurid dynasty in the region. What is the answer? Very simple question. Fairly simple question. Come on. What is the answer to this question? Yes, very good. B. See, gunpowder was known to the Vijayanagara and Bahmani dynasties. He did not introduce it, he used it effectively. So this is incorrect. Second, arch and dome is something which the Delhi Sultanate had introduced. So Babur is not the one who introduces arch and dome. They are only checking one thing, that do you know that Babur is a descendant of Timur? So therefore, Timurid dynasty. You know that Mughal is already a distorted word. Mongol became Mughal. From Mughal it became Mughal. So that is the distortion which the British did in order to change the ancestry of the Mughals from actually being Timurids to saying that they were actually descendants of Mongols, therefore demonizing the Mughals further. Gunpowder was known to the Vijayanagara and Bahmani dynasty, was in circulation also, but nobody knew how to use it properly in a cannon. So top, the artillery which was developed properly by Babur only. Okay. This is very interesting question, again purely conceptual. With reference to Indian history, which of the following are the essential elements of feudal system? A very strong centralized political authority and a weak provincial or local authority. Emergence of administrative structures based on control and possession of land. Creation of lord-vassal relationship between feudal lord and his overlord. What is the answer to this question? Come on. Yes, TBA in a way. In a way. This does not need any form of, you can say, you don't need a understanding based on of medieval. You need conceptual clarity rather. You need conceptual clarity. The answer here is very good. B, very good. A feudalistic system is very strong provincial powers. This is incorrect. Then you get two options. Emergence of administrative structures based on land possession. Land grants are what destabilized the whole early medieval period. So yes, this is correct. Creation of lord-vassal relationship, yes. Though pure lord-vassal relationship was not there in India, but yes, in the context of medieval India, we can say that this concept of Maharathis, Mahabhojas, something again which we discussed, is standard. Okay. Regarding the taxation of Krishnadeva, the ruler of Vijayanagara, consider the following. The tax rate on land was fixed depending on quality of land. Private owners of workshops paid an industrial tax or industries tax. Tell me the answer, then I will discuss. Did Babur introduce cannon? Not per se, but effective use of cannon. See, here, obviously the answer is C, which is both 1 and 2. But you have to understand one thing. The second statement is actually not written in a good way. Because the word industries tax makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. Because there is nothing called industry at this point of time. This is where the limited vocabulary of the examiner led to a lot of students to actually give the answer as A. They thought, how industries tax will be there when there is no industry itself, private ownership of workshop. Somehow the UPSC examiner had no other word to be used. He said, he could have easily said artisanal tax, taxation or on produce, taxation on manufacturing. No, he said, okay, workshop equals to industries tax. So this is where if you actually said A, it was not your fault. UPSC examiner somehow found no other word. But this is where he basically misled a lot of people. So sometimes you will also realize, not just in polity, in UPSC, in history, in economics, sometimes you must have realized that the UPSC questions are very weirdly worded. That is making no sense whatsoever. And that is where it happens. UPSC does this. UPSC does this, that they will give you things. For example, the Thangta dance makes no sense. It should be Thangta martial arts. For example, just writing anything randomly. This is where it's a random statement, and industries tax, anybody who overthought too much got this incorrect. But unfortunately, that was a loss of the students because of the wrong terminology being used. A freebie question of 2016. Banjaras during the medieval period of Indian history were generally agriculturists, warriors, weavers, or traders. What were they? If you know your Alauddin Khilji market reforms, you will be able to get this question very easily. Very easily, very good. They are traders. Alauddin Khilji registered all of them because they were the ones who used to supply from the rural countryside to the people who were there in the center or urban center, which is Delhi. Very simple, very good. This question is something where I want to see if most of you will get it correct, but yes. With reference to Mughal India, what is the difference or differences between Jagirdar and Zamindars? Tell me the answer to this question. Read the question. Jagirdars were holders or land assignments in lieu of judicial and policing duties, whereas Zamindars were holder of revenue rights without obligation to perform any duty other than revenue collection. Land assignments to Jagirdars were hereditary and revenue rights or Zamindars were non-hereditary. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Everybody is correct till this point. Yes, neither of these statements is correct. The first statement is incorrect because it gives you the definition of a permanent settlement zamindar in the context of Mughal India. Firstly, Jagirdars did not have judicial function. That was the function of the Qazi. More than that, Zamindars were a social category, not an administrative category. Administrative category, they were created under permanent settlement where revenue rights were given. Previously, Zamindars are just social category. They used to collect revenue from the tenants and used to give it to the state. So this is incorrect because of two reasons. Because firstly, Jagirdars, Mansabdars don't have judicial function. At the same point of time, Zamindars do not have the revenue collecting rights as they would have later under the British. The second statement is incorrect because it is reversed. Land assignments of Jagirdars are non-hereditary. And Zamindars obviously are hereditary because if I am a Zamindar, my son is also going to be a Zamindar. So both these statements are incorrect. If you bring in your concept of modern India here, you will mess up this question for sure. Because your understanding of modern India will then mix up with this concept and create distortions in your understanding. So this is where this question, you need to know what reference it is giving to, which is Mughal India. Right? Sorted. Did that. So this is where you have to be very careful what period they are referring to. Yes, the very interesting question again, 2019. Consider the following statements. In the revenue administration of Delhi Sultanate, the in charge of revenue collection is known as Amil. The Ikta system of Sultan of Delhi was an ancient indigenous institution. The office of Mir Bakshi came into existence during the Khilji Sultans of Delhi. Again, fairly easy question. Amil is the revenue collector? Yes. He will remain till the Mughal period like this. Ikta is not an indigenous institution from India. It comes from Central Asia. Iltutmish brings it. It was something which the Mongols used to use. Mir Bakshi is not a position which exists during the Delhi Sultanate period. It exists under Mughals. What is the word which is used for the office of Mir Bakshi in Delhi Sultanate? Can anybody tell me that? Come on. What is the word which is used for Mir Bakshi during Delhi Sultanate? The office is called Diwan, not Mir Jafar. It is called Diwane Arz. Arz-e-Mumamlik. Arz. Diwane Arz is the office of what we today call as the military department. Diwane Arz, Arz-u-Mamlik. So this is incorrect. So the answer is A. Basic question. Very, very basic question. Nothing out of the box. Now, okay, one sec. Yes, now a new recent obsession of UPSC, which you should know, which is Mongol history. Something which I do in a lot of detail, but UPSC has developed a certain liking for this area, Delhi Sultanate and Mongols. With reference to Indian history, consider the following statements. The first Mongol invasion of India happened during the reign of Jalaluddin Khilji. During the reign of Alauddin Khilji, one Mongol assault marched up to Delhi and besieged the city. And Muhammad bin Tughlaq temporarily lost portions of northwestern of his kingdom to the Mongols, which is correct. Very good, very good. Getting this question correct is very good, very good. B. C. The first Mongol invasion did not happen under Jalaluddin Khilji. It happened under Iltutmish. Genghis Khan himself came. Muhammad bin Tughlaq did not temporarily lose. He lost to Tamr Shirin. And that is where this is also incorrect. This is also incorrect. Targi is a Mongol who was able to march up till Delhi and was able to besiege the city a little bit under Alauddin Khilji. Thereafter, 4 incursions will happen, which Alauddin Khilji will be able to push off. Very specific, but something which is given in Satish Chandra also, and is a very known fact. Same way we have one more question. See this one, 2023. I'll come back to that one. It was during the reign of Iltutmish that Genghis Khan reached the Indus in pursuit of fugitive Khwarezmi prince. During the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Timur occupied Multan and crossed the Indus. It was during the reign of Dev Raya II that Vasco da Gama reached Kerala coast. What is the answer to this question? Thereafter, last question we will discuss, last two questions of this session. Yes, very good. Very good, very good. If you think that this is all very difficult, don't worry. When you will do medieval India with me, I will discuss all of this. Yes, Jalaluddin Khwarizm Shah was the one whom Genghis Khan was chasing. He enters into India, that is why he reaches the Indus. It was not Muhammad bin Tughlaq but Mahmud Tughlaq whose area was sacked by Timur in 1398. Vasco da Gama reached in 1498. He did not come under Dev Raya II. He came under Imadi Narsimha. Standard concept which is there. So therefore, these two statements are incorrect. Very simple areas, very simple statements, freebie questions from medieval India. Input is worth the output. This, come on, tell me what is the answer. In the ascending order, an administrative question of the medieval Indian period, Mughal India. What is the answer to this? Come on, come on, come on. What is the answer to this question? Very good. A. Some students answer C, that is descending order. Pargana, Sarkar, Suba. Pargana the smallest. Then multiple Parganas make a Sarkar. And this makes a Suba. Very known standard concept developed by first Shesha Suri. Akbar will take it forward. Now, the last question, because in 2024 there was no medieval question. Who among the following Vijayanagara rulers developed a large dam across the Tungabhadra river and linked it with the capital city of Vijayanagara? Dev Raya I, Mallikarjuna, Veer Vijaya, Virupaksha. This is again a very well-known fact. Very well-known fact. Very good. Dev Raya I. Dev Raya I is the answer. Now, at the stroke of the midnight hour, we have finally finished close to 121 questions. What I've discussed with you is modern, art and culture, ancient, medieval. And the purpose of this question or this discussion was not that I come and I tell you this is the right answer, this is the right answer, this is the right answer. No. I wanted to have a conversation with you on how to tackle the questions. Firstly, if you've prepared and you saw these questions, you should be feeling, okay, I can manage. Second thing which I'm saying, for anybody who is giving the examination, last month's strategy is consolidation RIA. Consolidate first the national movement, then consolidate the other part, which is the first discussion which we had, which is from 1500 to 1857, then move to art and culture. The simple straightforward point is, in the past 5 hours, what I've tried to do is, I've tried to basically give you the techniques to look at the question, use your understanding also, use your logic also, and please do understand one thing, sometimes the best thing to do is not to touch the question. Do not get demotivated. If the paper is difficult for you, it is difficult for everyone. You should know one thing for sure. I'm going to tell this to you right now itself. Everybody reads the same sources. Everybody reads the same sources. If you don't know who is this monk who went to China and what is the commentary he wrote, nobody knows, because everybody is reading the same sources. So please do not get demotivated in the examination. You have to keep your cool, knowing that if I don't know it, others also don't know it. And you have to assess the level of the question paper. And then without taking negative marks, move out of the 10 questions which UPSC will give out of history. At least 5 or 6 will be manageable. 4 you will not be able to do. That is not the end of the world. Our GS paper 1 matters, not this. We have to just cross it to reach till mains examination. So what we are going to do is we will find the best set of questions which are going to make sure that I go over 100. So the timeline of Pooja, I'll make that for you. Timeline of history is 1206 to 1414. It is Delhi Sultanate. 1336 to 1565 until certain sources 1650, it is Vijayanagara. 1347 till 1490, it is Bahmani. 1526 to 1707, it is Mughal India. And in between you have the Deccan Sultanates. Basically, these are the 3 major areas: Delhi Sultanate, Vijayanagara, Bahmani, Mughal India. That's it. So I really want you to understand everything is perfectly fine. If you enjoyed this session, if you understood everything, do like, share and subscribe to it. And I hope that this effort from us is bearing fruit by basically making you more and more confident to give this examination. Thank you so much. Good night. And I in a way salute the patience which you have to be with me till this point. And I will see you in the next phase of Conquer Prelims, in phase 4 with art and culture current affairs. But you have to make sure that you use these sessions in the best way possible. Thank you. Take care. Good night. Bye-bye.